And we welcome you into the UHSAA 5A State Swimming Championships. McKay Larson and Max Barnett here with you as we are about to get started. Let's kick it off with the girls 200 medley relay. And we're excited for a fast night of swimming. What are you looking forward to most here, Max?
I'm looking forward to see the relays today. The team race is also going to be very competitive. We're going to see a lot of fast swimming here, and I'm really excited to see what these boys and girls have in store for us.
Yep. We'll be kicking it off with the 200 medley relay. There'll be 3 heats, top 16 move on. We have 20 teams qualified. And today it's really just all about getting your spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing about high school state is the meet is won and lost on the first day. Prelims is where you need to show up and race and qualify for those A finals.
Yes, it is. And we do have a tight team race here on the girls. We can talk about it for a second right before we get started here. Right now we have about a 17-point spread between going into this meet as it looks between the Olympus girls and the Skyline girls, and Wasatch isn't too far behind. We'll see all 3 of those teams showcased with some strong relays here. What do you think the key to kicking this meet off right is?
I think the key for any 3 of those teams or any team in the field really is to kick this meet off. You have to come out with a statement swim here. You got to come out raring to go and really show the rest of the teams what you're here to do.
And they all have an opportunity to do that here. They are the top 3 relays here. They're all right off of the state record. The 5A state record is a 146.81. And the overall state record, 146.59, set region a few weeks ago by the Lone Peak girls. We'll have to see what they can do here. So this is heat 1. Having a little bit of technical difficulties here. Heat 1, Lane 2, West High School. Lane 3, Viewmont High School. Lane 4, Olympus. Lane 5, Alta. Lane 6, Timpview. Lane 7, Cedar Valley. Olympus enters this heat as the top seed of the 147.33. Again, that's just 5/10 off the state record. And out early on the backstroke, that is Olympus. 26.57 is not a bad backstroke split.
That is a good backstroke split.
We got Alta trailing in second.
And Olympus is out here with a very commanding lead as they're about to switch over into the butterfly leg of the race.
A nice tempo. 29.7 on the breast.
29.7.
Anytime you can get under 30 on the breaststroke split is a good sign.
Absolutely.
And this really is Olympus out in front. Pushing again, that C time 147.3. They were runner-up at their region meet, getting out-touched by 400ths. Skyline. Be a fun race tomorrow. 26.2 on the fly.
And Alta is in second. All right, here they come into the finish. Olympus charging towards the wall. 147.78 from Olympus High School. Second will be Alta in a 154.84. And third will be West High School with a 202.37.
147.7, just barely off of their seed time there. A nice little drop there for Alta. Should get them through to the A final. As we move on to Heat 2. Heat 2, Lane 1, Bountiful. Lane 2, East. Lane 3, Box Elder. Lane 4, Skyline. Lane 5, Springville. Lane 6, Kearns. Lane 7, Salem Hills. And it's Skyline with a slight lead over Springville. Lane 6 finishing hard there for Kearns out in 28 flat. Look for the back end of this relay for Skyline. Jade Garstein usually doing the butterfly for them. Again, sorry we don't have relay cards with us at this time. Hopefully we'll have those for tomorrow, but we don't have the relay list with us at this time.
And we've got Skyline leading this race. This is going to be a tight finish.
Another 30.6, another
fast breaststroke split. That's what they needed.
And that isn't Jade Garstein on the butterfly, yet they're still extending their lead here a little bit.
And at the turn, it looks like it is going to be 1, 2, 3, Skyline, Springville, Kearns.
And that is Skyline. Good race for second between Springville and Kearns, lanes 5 and 6. It's a good turn there from Kearns.
It was a good turn. All right, coming to the last 3 yards for Skyline. 150.79. And second will be Kearns with a 154.82. Third, Springville with a 155.16.
And that Kearns time is 200s faster than the second place there from Alta in the previous heat, so that will keep them in third going into this last heat. One more heat of girls medley relays featuring our top seed Wasatch. Their seed time is 3/100ths off of the 5A state record. See if they go for it this morning.
We might get to see something special here.
This morning with Lone Peak, those girls went after it in prelims and broke some state records. See what they can do here. In Heat 3, Lane 1, Maple Mountain. Lane 2, Spanish Fork. Lane 3, Woods Cross. Lane 4, Wasatch. Lane 5, Highland. Lane 6, Brighton. In Lane 7, Cypress. And immediately, that's Anna Diedrichs out for Wasatch in Lane 4. 26-2, that's the fastest backstroke split we've seen thus far.
Coming in second after backstroke was Woods Cross, 28.32.
That's not a bad backstroke split by itself. And it is Wasatch, followed by Highland. That's Ronnie Black for Highland in Lane 5. She'll be chasing some state records later. That's a 28-7 split.
28-7. That's the fastest breaststroke split we've seen this relay so far.
Yep, and at 30.1, not bad from Wasatch. So we head in butterfly. These two teams have separated themselves from the field, with Woods Cross holding third. But it is Wasatch in the lead as we enter this final exchange.
Let's see if their freestyler can bring him home.
I think we're going to get a state record.
24.47 on that fly split from Wasatch.
As she hits the turn, 25 to go. Smooth turn again. That state record we're looking for is 146.81. 146.59 would be an overall state record. Come to the touch.
And it is
144.95.
Oh my goodness, the first sub 145.
A new 5A and overall Utah state record. The Wasatch High School girls starting this meet off with a bang.
What an incredible performance from those girls.
Highland, not a bad time either with 150.7. Get them comfortably in fourth for tomorrow's final.
And Woods Cross coming third, 154.82.
As we move on to the men's medley relay. State record in this event is held by by Olympus High School, rather. 133.32. They'll set at their region meet this year. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 2, Bountiful. 3, East. 4, Alta. Lane 5, Viewmont. Lane 6, Taylorsville. And lane 7, Roy.
Out first is going to be East High School, 24:57 backstroke split. Second, we've got Bountiful. Third, Alta.
Yep. And in lane 3, that's East High School.
East High School. Ooh.
We have a little bit of a timing error there with Alta's pad, but Alta is in the lead there barely. We got lanes 2, 3, and 4. East, Alta, and Bountiful.
Right,
here we hit the water. Oh, what a start there from Alta in lane 4. Coming strong, but this is a good race for second between Bountiful and East. Those are the places that matter as we try to get our spots into the final.
Absolutely. And it will be Alta first, touching in a 139.52 with East in a 141.21, and third is Bountiful in a 141.90.
Great race start off for those boys. 141. Heat 2. In lane 1, Timpview. Lane 2, Salem Hills. Lane 3, Wasatch. Lane 4, Skyline. Lane 5, Woods Cross. Lane 6, Kearns. And lane 7, Spanish Fork. Skyline boys come into this heat with the top seat time of 137.63. They are the reigning state champions.
And that's a 23.43 50 backstroke split from Skyline. In lane 5, Woods Cross challenging Skyline on this breaststroke leg. And they are battling it out here.
Quick tempo into the wall.
It's going to be Skyline at the wall, Woods Cross in second, Wasatch in third. Bit of a long turn there for Skyline.
But he makes up for it with his underwater.
He does make up for it with those underwaters.
As he enters the wall, that is Skyline, followed by Woods Cross. 23-1 fly split there. Very solid.
And third is Wasatch.
Again, their entry time, 137.63. Going to be under that today.
Absolutely. Charging into the finish. 136.04 from Skyline. Second is 139.05 Woods Cross, and third is Wasatch, 141.59.
And those are all season bests from all 3 of those teams.
Wow.
Again, it's always deceiving when we say we know what time it's going to take to make it back, and then teams start dropping 3 seconds at a time.
Someone always surprises. Also of note from Kearns High School, their anchor leg swam a 21.64. That's a good freestyle split.
It is. And for those of you that are just getting to us now, I'm sorry we had a little bit of technical difficulties, but I think we're up and running now. And we are in Heat 3 of the boys 200 medley relay. Lane 1, Clearfield. Lane 2, Hunter. Lane 3, Brighton. Lane 4, Olympus. Lane 5, Springville. Lane 6, Box Elder. And Lane 7, West. Olympus comes in with a state record seat time of 133.32. It's already an All-American consideration time. Looking for that automatic All-American time, 132.76. They're off to a strong start with a 23-5
Off to a very strong start.
And he's expanding that lead with a strong breaststroke.
Oh,
25.9.
25.94, 50 breaststroke split from Olympus.
27.3 there from Springville as they hold second place. But it is all Olympus at this point.
Those underwaters, oh my goodness.
As they go to the final exchange, 22-2 on that butterfly.
Ooh.
And I think we're looking at a new state record right here.
I think we are going to see a new state record here. They are charging.
Again, that's Springville in second with a race for third between Brighton and Box Elder. But this is Olympus coming into the wall. 132.34, a new state record and an automatic All-American qualifying time from the Olympus High School boys. What a way for them to start off this state championship.
Absolutely incredible. That is the statement that you want to make. As I said before, you want to come in this first race and show people what you're about at this meet and that you mean business, and those Olympus boys just did that. Coming in second was Springville with a 138.75, and third was Brighton with a 141.96.
What a swim. Take a second off their seat time, get their automatic All-American time. It's a way to start, to really cement that we are the team here to beat.
Absolutely.
And they are the team here to beat.
Mm-hmm.
They come into this meet seeded to score over 500 points. And when you're already first in a lot of events, it's hard to move up on points, so we may not see that change very much, but we can see that change in the times.
Absolutely.
And that's a statement swim. So we move on now to the girls 200 freestyle, Heat 1. In lane 1, McKenna Anderson. Lane 2, Sarah Belletter from Alta. Lane 3 from Cyprus, Charlotte Booth. Lane 4 from Kearns, Melissa Young. Lane 5 from Kearns, Genevieve Green. Lane 6 from Olympus, Indy Merrill. Lane 7 from Brighton, Addie Vasquez. And lane 8 from Kearns, Tita Cerrone. I apologize in advance tonight for any of my butchering of names. I do my best, and if I butcher any names, I'm sorry. But as we have Heat 1 of 4, all of our events will have 4 heats. We have 32 swimmers, 16 make it back to finals. Mm-hmm. Last 3 heats are circle seeded, so these are the seeds 25 through 32. After that, we're going to start sorting it out with the fastest swimmers in the middle. We saw a lot of swims this morning in 6A where swimmers decided they wanted to make finals from Heat 1, and we had some good swims at 6A. So just because you're not in the circle seed doesn't count you out. You have your own lane, and that's all you need.
Absolutely. At the 100, that's Indy Merrill, touching in a 101.31, leading the race. In second, right behind her, Sarah Billeter from Alta.
And a nice swim out here in lane 8 as well for Tita Cerrone.
All right, and at the 150, that's going to be Tita Cerrone from Kearns leading the race.
And there in lane 8, she got a lane in this meet, and she's using it well.
Absolutely.
Comes in with an entry time of 2:12.95. I think she's going to be under 2:12.95.
I think she's going to be under that.
Lane 6, Indy Merrill trying to push her to the finish. Lane 4, Melissa Young. Her teammate in lane 4.
And lane 2, Sarah Billeter trying to squeeze in there. It looks like it's going to be lane 8 at the touch. It is. Tita Cerrone with a nice 4-second cut from her best time.
So great swim.
Her teammate comes in second with a 2:09.24.
Right on her best time. So we move on to Heat 2, our first heat of the circle seed. Heat 2, in lane 1 from Highland, Paige Jones. Lane 2 from Timpview, Amelia Samt. Lane 3 from Skyline, Isabel Williams. Lane 4 from Brighton, Audrey Bradley. Lane 5 from Wasatch, Andalyn Duke. Lane 6 from Alta, Claire McDonough. Lane 7 from Highland, Elliott Brown. And lane 8 from Bountiful, Madeline Fenwick. Audrey Badley in lane 4 comes in with our top seed of the heat, 158.45. Andalyn Duke, 159.75. Our two swimmers seated under 2 minutes. You know, each event has a different barrier that you try to break.
Absolutely.
Depending on the gender and depending on the event. For this event, for the girls 200 free, it's usually 2 minutes is that barrier. We have two swimmers under and one at 200. See what they can do here.
And lane 3, Isabel Williams, trying to make a statement here. Let's see if she can hang on this last 100.
She's one of those swimmers trying to get under 200. Comes in the seat at 200.97.
She's got
Bradley starting to match that.
Yep. She's got a really solid chance going out in 56.
And it is Williams still in the lead. Bradley giving her chase. Followed by
Andalyn Duke
from Wasatch
in lane 5.
And Bradley does take the lead on that turn. Turning on the legs this last 50.
She split a second faster than Isabel on that last 50.
She really turned on the legs. Still looks like she's a little bit in cruise control here in prelims, but doing what it takes to get her spot in the A final tomorrow.
Yep.
Williams still having a great swim though.
It's a battle between Williams and Duke for second. Audrey Bradley does touch first at the wall with a 157.82. Isabel Williams, 159.87. And Andalyn Duke, 200.28.
Isabel Williams gets her time there under 2 minutes. Getting under that barrier for the first time. So we move on to heat 3. Good drops all across the board in that heat.
Yeah.
Heat 3, lane 1 from Box Elder, Rachel Williams. Lane 2 from Box Elder, Amy Swenson. Lane 3 from Springville, Macy Polson. Lane 4 from Olympus, Greta Doretto. Lane 5 from Skyline, Becca Bringard. Lane 6 from Skyline, Riley Jonert. Lane 7 from West, Molly Johnson. And lane 8 from Northridge, Andalyn Gover. Our top seed in this heat is the freshman from Olympus, Greta Doretto. Comes in with a 157.59. But taking it out early, it is the senior from Skyline in lane 5. Becca Bringard, also seated under 2 minutes at a 159.63. As they approach the halfway mark.
First at the 100, Becca Bringard from Skyline, 57.4. Just behind her, Greta Doretto in lane 4, 57.6.
As Doretto starts to turn on the jets a little bit during this third 50. This third 50 does tend to be the crucial 50 in that 200.
This is the most important 50 in a 200 race.
It's the most painful 50 in the 200 race.
Agreed.
Usually makes it the most important. .127.7 there as Doretto turning on the legs, but Bringarder's matching her move. Both these swimmers gonna be able to get in that A final tomorrow. Good race here for third, and those are the kind of races that tend to give us our difference for getting 8th and 9th. You know, those third place races
Absolutely.
in these circle seed heats. But it is Doretto coming to the wall first in 157.37, followed by Bringer, 158.71. And Polson gets in to the wall third, 202.25, followed by Jornert from Skyline, 202.49. As we move on to our fourth and final heat of the event. In Heat 4, Lane 1 from Brighton, Gabrielle Zirius. Lane 2 from Highland, Eleanor Plant. Lane 3 from Wasatch, Avery Haynes. Lane 4 from Skyline, Rory Sorensen. Lane 5 from Olympus, Sophie Rona. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Emerson Brooks. Lane 7 from Olympus, Annika Simonson. And lane 8 from Box Elder, Adelaide Wilson.
And very tight heat so far. 4 swimmers under 27 after the first 50.
Lane 3, that's Avery Haynes with the slide edge. But again, they're all pretty tight across the board there.
Looks like right now it's 3, 2, 4, 5. And Haynes is still continuing her lead in this race, splitting a 55.5 over the first 100. Like we said, this third 50 is the most crucial in this race. People that are going to make their move need to make their move now, and the leaders need to hang on.
And that is Sorensen in lane 4 starting to make a little bit of a move here. She's breathing into her.
They're breathing towards each other.
I always hated that.
Yeah.
I never liked looking at people, especially on the last 50 for 200.
Yeah.
As Haynes still holds the lead, Sorensen right behind her, followed by Plant in lane 2 from Highland.
It's a battle between lane 2 and lane 5 for third. We'll see who comes in at the finish. And it's going to be lane 4, Rory Sorensen, 156.71. That is going to be our top seed going into our finals tomorrow. Lane 5, 157, or sorry, lane 3, 157.20. That's going to be our second seed going into finals tomorrow. That's Avery Haynes. And third in that heat was Eleanor Plant, 159.49, also going to squeeze into that A final tomorrow.
As we head to the boys 200 freestyle, heat 1. In lane 1 from Kearns, Cole Sharp. Lane 2 from Bountiful, Cole Crimmins. Lane 3 from Skyline, Conrad Flake. Lane 4 from Wasatch, Daniel Despres. Lane 5 from Salem Hills, Josh Rohrbaugh. Lane 6 from Box Elder, James Biskey. Lane 7 from Timpview, Josh Hawkins. And lane 8 from Alta, CJ Jabowski.
You know that one. Did you practice that beforehand?
Early on, it's lane 6, James Biskey from Box Elder, the junior.
And he will continue his lead in lane 6.
So my rough math on that last event shows us getting a 200.2, taking us to the A final.
Yep.
The Andelin Duke coming to 8th. We'll see what the official results show us in just a little bit. But it's still Biskey in lane 6.
Being challenged by Flake a little bit in lane 3. Also there is Crimmins in lane 2 and Despres in lane 4.
150 to go. This heat comes seated between 156 to 158. Love to see some of those boys get some best times today. As Biskey hits his final turn.
Ooh, and here comes lane 2. Lane 2, Cole Crimmins outside smoke trying to track down Biskey. And at the wall.
He does.
He does.
155.53 there for Cole Crimmins, a nice 2-second drop. Biskey second with a 55.95.
That's also a 2-second drop for him, and third is going to be Conrad Flake with a 156.70. That's a nice 0.8 of a second drop for him.
As we move on to heat 2, our first circle-seated heat. In lane 1 from Olympus, Hayes Courtney. Lane 2 from Kearns, Noah Crane. Lane 3 from Bountiful, Henry Long. Lane 4 from Skyline, Alexander Stewart. Lane 5 from Olympus, Jackson Hatchard. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Brighton Bushnell. Lane 7 from Wasatch, Spencer Hendry. And lane 8 from Wasatch, Thor Jensen. It's always fun when you have 3 swimmers from the same team right next to each other. It's just like practice.
And out first, it's going to be Alexander Stewart with a 23.9.
And Stewart was the 5th place swimmer at this event last year with a 143.21 for 5th last year. Comes in seated today with a 143.09.
And he is taking a commanding lead early on in this race.
Followed by Hatchard of Olympus. We have Alexander Stewart here as they head towards the final 50.
And it's a race for third between Henry Long in lane 3 and Brighton Bushnell in lane 6.
Stewart in lead here, outsplitting the field by another second on that 50. Having a nice morning. It's kind of funny to say morning swim as we have these prelims in the afternoon. It's kind of one of the unique things about High School State, but we roll with it. As Stewart comes to the wall. Fastest time of the day thus far, 143.60, just right on his seed time, followed by, oh, we have lost our board. It was followed by Jackson Hatchard with a 147.49 and Henry Long, 149.78. Anticipate that it would need to take under a 150 to make finals at all. We'll see. Last year was rather fast with the event taking a 144 for the A final in prelims.
And a 149 for the B final.
In Heat 3, Lane 1 from Springville, George Holm. Lane 2 from Box Elder, Cooper Hodgkinson. Lane 3 from Viewmont, Andrew Webster. Lane 4 from Olympus, Benjamin Hatchard. Lane 5 from Olympus, Colin De La Garza. Lane 6 from East, Simon Flores. Lane 7 from Box Elder, Cedric Monson. And lane 8 from East, Brooks Massey. So you have Hatchard out in the lead here from Olympus, followed by his teammate in lane 5, Colin De La Garza. De La Garza the senior, Hatchard the junior. So he splits 49.5 that first 100, about 2/10 ahead of where Stewart was at the 100 in the last heat. Andrew Webster, Viewmont holding third. Lane 2, Box Elder, Cooper Hodgkinson is staying on his hip. As we enter the final 50, though, it is all Hatchard.
That's a good split from him. Sub 27 in the third 50.
So the 2 Olympus boys lead this heat. They will take it to the wall.
Andrew Webster and Cedric Monson battling for third.
And it is a 143.19 for Benjamin Hatchard. 145.25 for De La Garza for second, and 149.66 there from Webster to take third in that heat. 149.82 just got out touched there in lane 7. As we move on to our 4th and final heat. Heat 4 in lane 1 from Skyline, Kai Hale. Lane 2 from Salem Hills, Josh Stevens. Lane 3 from Timpview, Casey Cummard. Lane 4 from Brighton, Drake Doyle. Lane 5 from Springville, Easton Mauser. Lane 6 from Skyline, Vincent Wu. Lane 7 from Kearns, Luke Rednauer. And lane 8 from Kearns, King Barrows. And that's Easton Mauser and Drake Doyle taking it out. 24-2, 24-3.
Drake Doyle is our top seed coming into this event with a time of 141.42.
Won his region championships.
Last year in prelims, he was 141.50. We'll see if he can clinch that top spot again this year.
Are out a little slower than the other heats. 50.8 that first 50.
See if they can make up for it in the back 100.
Mauser was 13th last year, looking to get into the A final this year.
Yeah, this would be a really good swim for him if he can hang with Drake Doyle.
That kick from Mauser coming in strong now. And he takes the lead at the turn just by 2 100ths. A strong third 50 from both boys. And here they race down this last 50.
And they are breathing towards each other, neck and neck going into the turn. It's too close to call who's in front.
We have a good race for third here between Casey Cummert and Josh Stevens. In lanes 2 and 3, but at the touch, it is Drake Doyle, 143.65.
Second is Easton Mauser with 144.03, and third is going to be Josh Stevens in lane 2 with a 147.21.
Followed by Casey Cummert, 147.41.
Very tight there for third place.
So our top qualifier will be Ben Hatchard of Olympus as we head into tomorrow's final, but 3 143s and a 144 there, all close together.
Yeah.
Going to take us in tomorrow. Should be a fun race
That's going to
tomorrow.
be some fun racing tomorrow for those boys. We'll see who comes out on top.
So we move on to the next event. Event number 5, the women's 200 individual medley. In lane 1, from Box Elder, Daisy Walbridge. Lane 2 from Olympus, Ada Frazier. Lane 3 from Skyline, Ario Arizond. Lane 4 from Alta, Lydia Hansen. Lane 5 from Highland, Liv Sherman. Lane 6 from Highland, Brinley Harward. Lane 7 from Wasatch, Layla Hardeverich. And lane 8 from Skyline, Sadie Jonert.
And out first, it is going to be Lydia Hansen with a 30.150 fly split. Challenging her in lane 7 is Hadroverich.
This 200 IM is always fun one to watch as we spread out different strokes. Usually breaststrokers dominate this race with it being the biggest difference maker.
Absolutely. Watch for these girls here that are in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, because if you're a breaststroker and you're in 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the 100, you're in a really good spot.
And if you're a breaststroker and you tend to always be in 3rd, 4th, and 5th,
Yeah,
it's funny
yeah.
how that works. But they usually really are the swimmers that are right there, and you can see some of them coming up now.
Lane 6 has a very nice breaststroke. Harward from Highland.
But it is Lydia Hansen from Alta still out in front, holding her lead. Lane 6 says making up some room, but Hansen still holding her lead as we're turning into the freestyle.
And it looks like Fraser in lane 2 is close as well.
44-1 there. Nice 41 splits from lanes 5 and 6.
And here we go into the freestyle. This is where the toughness sets in. There's a battle for second between lanes 4 and 5, Hansen and Sherman.
But it is Hansen from Alta in lane 4 out ahead. And she will come to the touch in first in a 2:24.81, followed closely by Sherman and Harward, 2:27.77 and 2:27.85.
That is a 3-second drop for Lydia Hansen.
Nice drop for all of those girls.
Yeah, nice drop for all of those girls. Absolutely. 3-second drop for Sherman.
So we move on to Heat 2. Heat 2 of the girls 200 individual medley. In lane 1 from Wasatch, Elsie Malinka. Lane 2 from Cyprus, Tiffany Palmer. Lane 3 from Olympus, Vienna Lemon. Lane 4 from Timpview, Kate Reichner. Lane 5 from Springville, Kate Brower. Lane 6 from Brighton, Valerie Guzman Delahose. Lane 7 from Northridge, Madeline Hatch. And lane 8 from Springville, Colby Waite. Reichner, the younger sister of Annie Reichner, freshman at BYU. She has a little bit of lead over Kate Brower, her club teammate in lane 5 from Springville. Vienna Lemon also in there with a nice backstroke.
And Reichner with a crossover turn at the 100. It's going to put her in first. Brower and Lemon charging on breaststroke, but Reichner is holding tough.
Lemon looks to have kind of edged out there, and
a
nice underwater there from Reichner to keep her in it.
Lemon's got a strong breaststroke. Looks like she might have a slight lead.
Her stroke rate's about double the other two.
Yeah, that's going to put you in first at the wall.
Really pushing it. But Brower does have the lead at the turn. All right there within a few tenths of a second as we head home on the freestyle.
Brower still with the lead. Lemon just behind her and Reichner just behind Lemon.
And they turn at the exact same time as they head down the home stretch. And a nice turn there from Reichner to put herself in it.
This is going to be a tight finish.
All three right in a row. All three fighting for a spot in that A final. Coming down to the touch.
And it's going to be Vienna Lemon from Olympus touching first with a 2:10.12. With Reichner 2:10.29 and Brower 2:10.56. 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second separating those top three finishers there.
And that's a great best time from all three of them.
Absolutely.
Fourth was Guzman de la Hoz from Brighton in a 2:19.19, just off of her best time. So we head into heat 3 of 4. In heat 3, lane 1 from West, Madeline Stoles. Lane 2 from Salem Hills, Linnea Nelson. Lane 3 from Alta, Sophie Anders. Lane 4 from Olympus, Sadie McDonald. Lane 5 from Skyline, Elaine Leo. Lane 6 from Highland, Claire Hamula. Lane 7 from Wasatch, Surin Staples. And lane 8 from Brighton, Annabelle Kim.
And first of the wall, it's Leo from Skyview. Nice fly split from her.
Nice butterfly split there. 27.85 is getting up there. But on the backstroke here, McDonald looks to be taking a little bit of a lead, a little higher tempo. Nice underwater there.
Yeah, good underwater from McDonald.
A strong kick. When you swam this race, would you kick very hard on the backstroke, or did you like to conserve those legs?
I like to conserve the legs on backstroke. You got to float them a little bit so you have enough gas for the back 100. Especially if you're a breaststroker, you got to float those legs a little bit so that you can crush the legs in breaststroke.
It is the junior from Skyline, Elaine Liu, lane 5, with a little bit of a lead, extending that lead a little bit on this breaststroke.
Looking very effortless on the breaststroke, great distance per stroke.
Very nice glide. A nice breaststroke there in lane 3 as well from Sophie Anders. Comes from a swimming family.
And lanes 3, 6, and 7 are in it for the bronze, for the third position in this heat, rather.
But this is Elaine Liu from Skyline with the lead. Going to be right around what our girls from the last heat were. In that 2:10 range. She comes in seated with a 2:12.82.
And Sophie Anders is trying to make a move on Sadie McDonald here, but it looks like McDonald might be able to pull through.
And it is a 2:10.23 from Elaine in lane 5. Followed by McDonald, 2:13.67, and Anders, 2:14.11. As we move on to our fourth and final heat of the Women's 200 IM. In lane 1, Lola Hunter from East. Lane 2 from Box Elder, Taylor Nelson. Lane 3 from Wasatch, Paige Hicken. Lane 4 from Olympus, Rainey Morin. Lane 5 from Highland, Veronica Black. Lane 6 from Brighton, Lucy Cacconi. Lane 7 from Skyline, Kira Jamison. And lane 8 from Spanish Fork, Sydney Guzman.
Out first after the butterfly is going to be Veronica Black from Highland. 27-1, that's a good split.
And look for Black to really push this. Black is the fastest breaststroker in the state as well. So we talked about being in third, fourth, and fifth of the turn, but if you can come into breaststroke
being
first,
first,
second range,
yeah, if you can touch at the wall, all you got to pray for is that you have enough gas on the end there. She does touch at the wall first with a crossover turn. She's out in 59.65 at the wall. Looking to extend her lead on the breaststroke leg.
Comes in seated with a 2:11.9. I think we're going to see a little faster than a 2:11.9 today.
I think you're right, McKay.
Hicken and Morin in lane 4, staying tight there. But this is Veronica Black in lane 5.
Lane 6, Kakeni trying to get herself in the mix there. Rainey Moran, 37.4 on breaststroke.
As Morin spaces herself from Hicken. Still Black in the lead as we enter the final 25. And it looks like it will stay that way. Strong finish here from Morin, though. And comes into the wall, 2:07.15 from Veronica Black. A nice season best, followed 2:08.88 from Morin in lane 4 and 2:11.70 from Paige Hicken. As we conclude the women's 200 IM prelim, be a good race tomorrow to see those girls tomorrow. If they want to get Black, they're going to have to get out ahead of her.
Yep.
That back half's hard to touch.
You can't give a breaststroker the lead at the 100 or they will win.
Unless their name's McKay Larson and they can't do freestyle. As we move to the boys 200 IM, first of 4 heats. Lane 1 from Salem Hills, Ryan Call. Lane 2 from Woods Cross, Moose Norman. Lane 3 from Box Elder, Camden Arzane. Lane 4 from Wasatch, Emmett Brooks. Lane 5 from Cypress, McKay Simons. Lane 6 from Brighton, William Cockney. Lane 7 from Box Elder, Colby Bradshaw. And in lane 8 from Box Elder, Rowan Walbridge.
And tied after the first 50 for first is Moose Norman from Woods Cross and Emmett Brooks from Wasatch.
Love to see some freshmen in the seat, lanes 4 and 5. Underclassmen.
We love the underclassmen putting on a show here in lane 1.
Getting some good
Heat
racing
1.
experience. This backstroke leg, though, lane 3, Camden Arzani from Box Elder. Out splitting the field by over a second as he takes the lead going into breaststroke. And he's holding that lead through the first part of the breaststroke, but Moose Norman, Woods Crossed, coming strong on the breaststroke. A good underwater pull as he's starting to come up on his hip towards his shoulder.
McKay Simons from Cypress also having a good breaststroke leg here, trying to get himself in the mix. First at the wall it is going to be Camden Arzani. Second is going to be McKay Simons.
But this is Camden Arzani in the lead. A nice race here for second. And lane 5, McKay Simons is coming on strong on this freestyle. I think he's going to run out of room.
He has a lot of gas, but
as Arzani comes into the
lane
wall.
7 is also putting up a show. It is going to be lane 7 touching in third over Emmett Brooks.
2:06.99 for Arzani, followed by McKay Simons, 2:08.15. And Colby Bradshaw in lane 7 there, 2:09.38.
Bradshaw splitting a 29.76, the only sub 30 in that field.
A lot of best times in that heat.
Yeah, a lot of best times.
As we move on to the first of our circle-seeded heats, In lane 1 from Spanish Fork, Eddie Hansen. Lane 2 from Brighton, Aiden Winter. Lane 3 from Skyline, Chase Johnson. Lane 4 from Skyline, Nash Hale. Lane 5 from Olympus, Owen Hartman. Lane 6 from Bountiful, Liam Glissmeyer. Lane 7 from Springle, Nick Oman. And lane 8 from Cedar Valley, Tate Scott.
And first at the wall is Nash Hale in 24:49.
You know, there seemed to be a little something off with that timing system. I know the time's probably right, but their reaction times on that, did you see that?
I did not see the reaction times.
They were all in the 4s.
Ooh.
They're all .4s, and in my book, a .4 is also known as a disqualification.
Yes, yeah. It's very rare you see anything under .6.
And it is Nash at the 100, 51.96, 27.4 on that backstroke. Comes in with a seat time, 155.26.
And he's looking strong here on this breaststroke.
Looking really smooth.
Yeah.
A strong breaststroke from Hartman in lane 5 as well.
Good pullout from Hartman.
You know, this event, the amount this event has progressed over the last 5 to 7 years in the state of Utah is pretty remarkable.
It is remarkable. There's been a lot of amazing swimmers that have come through and swam this event and been able to put up times that we haven't seen this kind of depth previously. And Hale is going to be 33.7 on that breaststroke. Johnson in lane 3, 33.4.
And that does push him into second place behind Hale, with Hartman trailing in third, being chased down by Glissmeyer in lane 6. But at the wall, this is going to be Nash Hale coming to the wall in a 153.85. A solid
second is going to be Johnson.
Johnson, 156.53.
And Hartman just edges Glissmeyer for third in 159.74.
You know, even if you've done it before, maybe your Owen Hartman, best time 158.1, getting under 2 minutes is always a good day.
Getting under 2 minutes is a great day. That's kind of the mark here in the 200 IM for boys.
And that's also going to be our bare minimum mark for making the A final.
It will be.
159 will get you into the B, but there's going to be some 159s that don't get into the A.
Yep, that's for sure.
As we move on to Heat 3, in lane 1 from Wasatch, Parker Edwards. Lane 2 from East, Glenn Tanner. Lane 3 from Alta, Josh Smith. Lane 4 from Olympus, Isaac Wardell. Lane 5 from Olympus, Lakin Swenson. Lane 6 from Brighton, Benjamin Schiffman. Lane 7 from Skyline, Yunpeng Tao. And lane 8 from Northridge, Jedel Hatch.
And touching first of the wall after butterfly is Josh Smith from Alta, splitting a 23.92.
He had a great split on their relay earlier. Smooth backstroke in here from lane 4 from the junior from Olympus. That's Wardle. Really controlled, strong kick as he splits 28.1. And touches taking the lead there by a touch.
He's out 52.73, just a little bit slower than the winner of the previous heat. And it's a battle for second between lanes 2, 5, and 6.
Lane 2, that's Glenn Tanner. Lane 5, Lakin Swenson, and Ben Schiffman over in lane 6. Tanner appears to have the edge on the 2 on the other side.
Isaac Wardle touches first after breaststroke, splitting a 32.13.
Comes in with a seat time of 155 flat. He's going to be under that now. Looking more in that 153 range. As his teammate, no, it wasn't his teammate, it was Nash from Skyline in the previous heat.
And looks like lane 2 has a slight edge over lane 6.
Wardle coming in at 153 flat, and Glenn Tanner dropping 8 seconds for a 154.4.
Incredible.
What a swim out of lane 2.
Lane 6 coming in third, Benjamin Schiffman, 156.86.
And another 159.4 there from Swenson in lane 5.
That's a 3-second drop from Schiffman.
And we move on to our final heat, the boys 200 IM prelims. In lane 1 from Alta, Blake Abney. Lane 2 from Taylorsville, Benjamin Elberly. Lane 3 from Woods Cross, Justin Chamberlain. Lane 4 from Olympus, Abe Astle. Lane 5 from Brighton, Luen Bernard. Lane 6 from Box Elder, Dallin McKee. Lane 7 from Wasatch, Braden Stoddard. And lane 8 from Viewmont, Chamberlain.
And Abe Astle coming out here early in this race, splitting a 23.07 on Butterfly.
You know, I talked to Jordan Tiffany earlier, and he wasn't nervous per se. He wants to see it go down, but he was thinking that Astle was going to take down his overall state record here.
I think it might happen.
5A state record, 149.79. Overall state record, 148.75. 5A record held by Olympus alum Evan Van Brocklin. State record held by Olympique alum Jordan Tiffany.
And Astle is out in a 50.94. Abe Astle also already has the All-American consideration time. Looking to get that automatic cut, 149.50. Keep an eye out for that.
Well, 149.50 would give him his 5A record.
Yes, sir.
And he has really expanded this lead on the breaststroke. He is the #1 seed in the breaststroke. Beautiful breaststroke.
Oh, 31.43. That's the fastest split in the field by a second. In this field by 2 seconds. He looks strong coming home on freestyle. I think we might see it happen, McKay.
As he comes into the wall, this is Abe Astle. Comes in.
Ooh.
149.65.
That is going to be a new Utah 5A high school state record. Just off the All-American automatic cut by 0.15 of a second.
But the best part is he has tomorrow.
He does have tomorrow. He's got another shot.
Second there, 154.7. Chamberlain, 157.6. Our other two swimmers under 2 minutes. Be a good final tomorrow. As we move on to the girls 50 frees, these are going to go by really fast. I'll be doing last names only, and we will get you through them. In lane 1, Hartung. Lane 2, Planchita. Lane 3, Gilbert. Lane 4, Bevins. Lane 5, Brimhall. Lane 6, Rich. Lane 7, Keller. And lane 8, Sherry. These girls are spread by 4/10 on their seat times. This is a really even heat.
We're going to need to see a really stellar swim here if any of these girls want a chance to make it into that B final. And touching first in lane 4, it's going to be Jade Bevins with a 25.91. That's a 7/10 drop for her. Second is Grace Gilbert, 26.18, and third, 26.44.
And it's always good to get under that 26-second barrier.
Absolutely.
So we move on to heat 2. Lane 1, Affleck. Lane 2, Bringard. Lane 3, Phillips. Lane 4, Fa. Lane 5, Stout. Lane 6, McElwee. Lane 7, Searle. And lane 8, Passion. And it is Opa Fa in lane 4 from West, out in the lead. Good turn. It's tight for second place, but it will be Fa taking the heat as she comes to the wall. 24.34.
That's a 4/10 of a second drop for Ofa Fa in lane 4, posting our fastest time so far. Second is 25.11 from Olivia Stout, and third is Eva Phillips on a 25.13. 4/10 of a second drop for Phillips in lane 3.
As we move on to heat 3. Lane 1, Jones. Lane 2, Reynolds. Lane 3, Nash. Lane 4, Patterson. Lane 5, Andrews. Lane 6, Bradley. Lane 7, Schuh. And lane 8, Wayand.
And it looks like lane 4 has a slight lead over Andrews in lane 5, but Andrews had an amazing underwater.
Andrews went 15 meters underwater right there.
That was incredible, and it is going to be,
Patterson gets it.
Patterson just out touches Andrews, 24.20 and 24.25. Lane 6 coming in third, 25.18.
Real close here in these heats. We got 25.13, 25.11, 25.18. As we move on to heat 4, lane 1, Threadgold. Lane 2, Zulcic. Lane 3, Holzer. Lane 4, Henry. Lane 5, Greenwell. Lane 6, Gerard. Lane 7, Canyon. And lane 8, Tay.
And Gabby Henry out fast, looking to secure her spot.
And that is Gabby Henry coming to the wall. 23:41. Just 2/10 off of the state record. That's a nice full second drop for her. See what she can do tomorrow. She takes a commanding top spot there for tomorrow's final. Bringing 2 swimmers under 25 with her. So we'll have a fast women's 50 free tomorrow. As we move on to the boys 50 free, heat 1, lane 1, Girton, lane 2, Barron, lane 3, Lund, lane 4, Karajic, lane 5, Elliott, lane 6, Hardy, lane 7, Rich, and lane 8, Portillo.
And lane 5, Elliott with the lead, being challenged by lane 3, Tag Lund.
And at the touch, it's lane 1.
Outside smoke.
Kai Girton, 23:09. A good 6/10 drop for Kai, the senior out of West. We love seeing seniors get best times in prelims.
Second is Elliott in lane 5, 23:2.
In heat 2, lane 1, Training. Lane 2, Taylor. Lane 3, Hatch. Lane 4, Doyle. Lane 5, 2. Lane 6, James. Lane 7, Partridge. And lane 8, Scamness. You have Drake Doyle here, who already swam the 200 freestyle.
Yeah.
Has 2 of his events on the front of the program here, and he is going to take the heat here.
Oh!
21:02 for
21:02
Doyle,
from
and his teammate Austin Partridge comes second there, 21:32. A good swim out of lane 7 for the senior.
And third is Kevin 2 with a 21:40.
Getting 4 boys 21 there. It's going to be a fast final. Let's move on to heat 3. Lane 1, Chamberlain. Lane 2, Tasker. Lane 3, Smith. Lane 4, Williams. Lane 5, Burkholder. Lane 6, Goetz. Lane 7, Brooks. And lane 8, Wright.
And lane 4, Williams, looks like he's going to take the heat, not being challenged.
And he does in a 21:05.
Second, Gavin Smith, 21:84. Third, John Burkholder, 21:95.
So we're entering the last heat, and we have 7 boys that have gone 21. Somebody's going to go 21 and not make this final.
Yeah, that's most likely what's going to happen here.
In heat 4, lane 1, Yee. Lane 2, Aki. Lane 3, Ridge. Lane 4, Rona. Lane 5, Hale. Lane 6, Courtney. Lane 7, Johnson. And lane 8, Graff.
And it is going to be Rana out in front. He's looking really good, being challenged by Ridge a little bit. And it is Rona at the wall, 21:12. Isaac Ridge is second, 21:74, and Isaac Hale, 21:80, coming in third to round out that heat.
Looking like it's going to take that 21:8 or so, get into that final.
That's a fast A final.
And as we take you to the break, we want to shout out our sponsor NutriCost, sponsor of all your playoff coverage on KSL Sports. NutriCost is a proud supporter of Utah high school activities. Launched in 2015 in Utah Valley, NutriCost has over 900 different products with over 130,000 5-star reviews, from high-quality protein to vitamins and more. Head on over to NutriCross.com and use code UTAHMADE for 30% off your supplements today. That's code UTAHMADE for 30% off. And we're going to take this break. We'll be back in 15 minutes at the start of the girls 100 butterfly. And we welcome you back to our coverage of the 5A state swim meet. We come back starting with the girls 100 butterfly. Current state record holder will be featured later in this event, Jade Garstang. So we start with heat 1 of 4. McKay Larson and Max Barnett with you. Heat 1, in lane 1 from Olympus, Adelaide James. Lane 2 from Salem Hills, Megan Lemons. Lane 3 from Bountiful, Ellie Watkins. Lane 4 from West, Sarah Peach Leung. Lane 5 from Wasatch, Layla Hajardvik. Lane 6 from Springville, Colby Waite. Lane 7 from West Jordan, Anna Fotheringham. And lane 8 from Wasatch, Mina Shee. Sorry about a few of those names. Our heat sheets are a little cut off from the...
It is going to be Mina Shee touching first from lane 8 with a 29.58.
There at the 50. Lane 4 coming on strong, though.
We'll see if she has enough gas in the tank to...
Peach Leung, the sophomore from West.
We're also getting a strong challenge from lane 1. Adelaide James from Olympus.
Hard to see on your screen, but it does look like it's going to be Peach Leung from West, 104.55. Lane 2, Adelaide James does come in second, 105.71. And lane 2, Megan Lemons from Salem Hills, 105.94, rounding out the heat.
2nd through 6th separated by 1.1 seconds there. That was a tight heat.
As we move on to heat 2 of our circle seed. In lane 1 from Northridge, Madeline Hatch. Lane 2 from Highland, Imani Rose. Lane 3 from Timpview, Ava Hansen. Lane 4 from Olympus, Vienna Lemon. Lane 5 from Skyline, Felicia Shee. Lane 6 from Cypress, Tiffany Palmer. Lane 7 from Cedar Valley, Autumn Kendall. And in lane 8 from West, Madeline Stolz. That is Lemon out first. Oh no, that is Ava Hansen, lane 3 out first, just ahead of Lemon.
And Vienna Lemon turning on the jets here, coming into the 75 wall. Capturing the lead.
And a strong underwater there.
Very strong underwater. She's looking really smooth, getting her hips up nicely.
And the race becomes for second between Hansen and Shee in 3 and 5. Lane 4, this is Vienna Lemon touching first, though, 58.48. And Hansen touches second, 100.73, followed by Shee, 101.14. Some good drops there.
That's a 1 second drop for Hansen and a 1 second drop for Shee as well. Vienna Lemon taking that heat, the freshman from Olympus.
Love to see freshmen having big time swims here.
That's one of my teammates' stepsisters.
As we move on to heat 3. In lane 1, Rachel Williams from Box Elder. Lane 2 from Skyline, Rachel Pan. Lane 3 from Timpview, Eva Phillips. Lane 4 from Viewmont, Gabby Henry. Lane 5 from Timpview, Kate Reichner. Lane 6 from Currents, Melissa Young. Lane 7 from Salem Hills, Olivia Stout. And lane 8 from Woods Cross, Jade Bevins. And that is Gabby Henry out first at the 50, out in a solid 25.77, 2 seconds ahead of the field. Comes in with a seed time of 57.63.
She has clean open water all around her.
Race for second between the teammates from Timpview,
Eva Phillips and Kate Reichner.
but this is all Gabby Henry as she comes into the wall. 56.62, followed by Phillips 59.11 and Reichner 59.22. As we enter our last heat, Heat 4. In lane 1 from Alta, Jill Rich. Lane 2 from Springville, Brindley Waite. Lane 3 from Bryan, Valerie Guzman de la Hoz. Lane 4 from Skyline, Jade Garstang. Lane 5 from Wasatch, Reese Andrews. Lane 6 from Skyline, Kira Jameson. Lane 7 from Wasatch, Saren Staples. And lane 8 from Maple Mountain, Ellie Long. Garstang is the state record holder in this event, coming with a seat time 54.49. That is a consideration a consideration All-American time. She's a 10th off of the automatic All-American time. And it's also of note that the pool record in this event is a 54.61, which is slower than her best time.
She's out in a 24.9. And she is charging these last 10 yards.
This is Garstang. It's
Oh
looking
my.
like we're going to see a record. And Garstang comes in 53.65.
Oh my goodness.
And that is a new state record, a new 5A record, and a new BYU pool record for Jade Garstang.
As well as an automatic All-American time.
Oh, yeah, we'll add that in there too.
Yeah, I
She's
guess
an
we can throw that in.
She was followed by Andrews, 57.16. That's a great swim for Andrews, and tallest 2-second drop for her. You know, that's kind of the trend. Fast people make other people swim fast.
Yep, absolutely. You help build each other up.
That'll be fun to watch tomorrow's in the finals as we move on to the boys 100 fly heat 1. In lane 1 from Skyline, Dylan Shaw. Lane 2 from East, Arlo Peters. Lane 3 from Wasatch, Emmett Sterling. Lane 4 from Springville, Logan Hansen. Lane 5 from Brighton, William Cockney. Lane 6 from Woods Cross, Diego Gutierrez. And lane 7 from Max Wistman. Lane 7 from Kearns, Max Wistman. And lane 8 from Alta, Noah Stout.
And it's going to be Diego Gutierrez touching first from Woods Cross in lane 6 in a 25.79. Followed tightly by Dylan Shaw from Skyline.
Logan Hansen from Springville.
I always want to say Skyview or Skywatch.
And it does look like Logan Hansen from Springville in lane 4. They might have a little bit of edge. But lane 1, Dylan Shaw from Skyline's up there as well.
So is Noah Stout in lane 8.
Touch. It is lane 4, then lane 1, then lane 8. Those outside lanes push in the middle of the pool. Going 55, 56, 57. All best times. It's exactly what we like to see
That's
here.
what we like to see. Great swimming from these boys.
As we move on to the first circle seated heat. In lane 1 from Cyprus, Cade Johnson. Lane 2 from Bountiful, Liam Glissmeyer. Lane 3 from Viewmont, Eric Chamberlain. Lane 4 from Alta, Josh Smith. Lane 5 from Olympus, Connor Swenson. Lane 6 from Olympus, Thomas Aki. Lane 7 from Granger, Caleb Wright. And lane 8 from Woods Cross, Moose Norman. That is Smith out in a 23.85. Looking really strong. One of the taller, stronger swimmers in 5A. You can see he has very strong, clean stroke. And a strong turn there.
Good underwaters.
Connor Swenson holding on to second. As Josh Smith approaches the wall, 50.66. It's a solid few tenth drop and a nice prelim swim for Josh Smith. It's followed by Connor Swenson, 53.24. And Eric Chamberlain, 53.41. Liam Glissmeyer getting out touched there, 53.51.
It's a good drop for Chamberlain.
And we move on to heat 3. In lane 1 from Springville, George Holm. Lane 2 from Northridge, Jace Fambro. Lane 3 from Wasatch, Braden Stoddard. Lane 4 from Olympus, Benjamin Hatchard. Lane 5 from Skyline, Chase Johnson. Lane 6 from Box Elder, Cooper Hodgkinson. Lane 7 from East, Simon Flores. And lane 8 from West, Jason Guo.
And out first at the 50, it is going to be Benjamin Hatchard from Olympus, splitting a 23.36. Followed by Chase Johnson and Braden Stoddard.
It's a beautiful stroke there from Hatchard. So smooth. A nice underwater. A really good breakout there from Chase Johnson in lane 5. Solidifying his spot in second as Hatchard touches the wall. 50.10, followed by Johnson, 51.82, and Stoddard, 52.64.
Wow, great swimming from these boys. Hatchard came home in a 26.74.
As we enter our fourth and final heat, in lane 1 from Wasatch, Daxon Rasband. Lane 2 from Skyline, Preston Tang. Lane 3 from Roy, Sam Williams. Lane 4 from Olympus, Will De La Garza. Lane 5 from Salem Hills, Josh Stevens. Lane 6 from Cedar Valley, Tate Scott. Lane 7 from Woods Cross, Amin Kamau. And lane 8 from Hunter, Liam Talbot.
Out first, Will De La Garza, touching in 23.07 at the 50 wall. That's the fastest opening split we've seen so far.
Not a bad opening split there from Sam Williams either in 23 as well.
Yeah.
Another halfway underwater turn there from De La Garza.
Mm-hmm.
He'll take the heat in a 49.42.
Oh, my. Second is going to be Sam Williams in 51.40, and third is going to be Josh Stevens coming in with a 52.54.
Lots of 50 points at 49 there.
Mm-hmm.
Tight enough for a good race tomorrow as we
Yes,
transition
sir.
into the girls 100 freestyle. A little bit of movement on the blocks there.
Yeah.
And as we transition into Heat 1, in Lane 1 from Cypress, Zoe Layton. Lane 2 from Kearns, Genevieve Green. Lane 3 from Box Elder, Kylie Parkin. Lane 4 from Wasatch, Sophia Sherry. Lane 5 from Box Elder, Courtney Keller. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Naomi Hobby. Lane 7 from Beaumont, Veronica Passion. And Lane 8 from Maple Mountain, Autumn Hardung.
And out fast in lane 6, Naomi Hobby.
Has a little bit of a lead over lane 5 there. It's Courtney Keller.
They flip even at the wall.
Again, these swimmers just trying to get a spot in the finals tomorrow. Top 16 swimmers get a second swim. And Courtney Keller wants one as she comes into the wall. 58.05. A solid 1.7 second drop for Courtney Keller.
What a swim.
Followed by Hobby with a 59.15. And Passion with a 59.58. All best times. In Heat 2, in Lane 1 from West, Molly Johnson. Lane 2 from Olympus, Audrey Kim. Lane 3 from Olympus, Sophie Rona. Lane 4 from Skyline, Shayla Zulik. Lane 5 from Olympus, Greta Doretto. Lane 6 from Skyline, Elsa Bringard. Lane 7 from Woods Cross, Rebecca Searle. And lane 8 from Clearfield, Shia Portillo.
And
Very even across the board there.
yeah, very tight heat in this first 50.
Lots of underclassmen there in the middle of the pool with three freshmen and 2 sophomores there in lanes 3 through 7.
And another freshman in lane 8 as well.
But it is Doretto out in front. Looks like Doretto will touch first. 53.97, followed by Zulcic, 54.44, and Rona, 54.72. So they drop best time there for Greta Doretto as we move on to Heat 3. In lane 1 from Highland, Jimena Tay. Lane 2 from Alta, Claire McDonough. Lane 3 from Bonneville, Reagan Patterson. Lane 4 from West, Ofa Fa. Lane 5 from Wasatch, Avery Haynes. Lane 6 from Woods Cross, Alana Holzer. Lane 7 from Skyline, Audrey Thurgold. And lane 8 from East, Lydia Fox.
And out first is Reagan Patterson in a 25.24, followed closely by Ofa Fa in lane 4 with a 25.40. They are leaders in this race so far. Ofa Fa seems to have taken a slight edge over her going into the 75 wall.
This is Patterson pushing Fa in lane 3, but it does look like Fa's going to get to the wall first as she comes in. 53.10, Patterson 53.19, and Haynes 54.15. It's a nice few tenth drop there for Ofa Fa for Reagan Patterson as we move on to our fourth and final heat. Heat 4 in lane 1, Tessa Waynon from Bucks Elder. Lane 2 from Beaumont, Hallie Gerard. Lane 3 from Skyline, Isabel Williams. Lane 4 from Olympus, Taylor Hooten. Lane 5 from Wasatch, Anna Diedrichs. Lane 6 from Woods Cross, Ava Glissmeyer. Lane 7 from Box Elder, Amy Swenson. And lane 8 from Springville, Ella Brimhall. That is Anna Diedrichs out in a speedy 24.78. She was a part of that fast split on that Wasatch relay earlier today.
She is looking really comfortable.
Taylor Hooten getting a little bit on her on that turn, but it does look like Diedrichs is going to come in to the wall first here. She comes in at a 52.01.
And the touch between, it's going to be Williams in lane 3, 54.37 for third.
52.01 will be our top qualifying time unofficially for Anna Diedrichs. We move on to the men's 100 freestyle. Heat 1 of 4. We are once again on state record watch here. Abe Astle in Heat 4. In lane 1 from Woods Cross, Maxwell Holdstock. Lane 2 from Box Elder, Hodgkinson. Lane 3 from Woods Cross, Will Hunter. Lane 4 from Taylorsville, Connor Peterson. Lane 5 from Kearns, Luke Rednor. Lane 6 from Maple Mountain, Josh Silva. Lane 7 from Box Elder, Jack Gray. And lane 8 from Kearns, King Barrows. In lane 2, it's, I believe, Tucker Hodgkinson. At in a 24.13.
Lane 7 in second, Jack Gray, 24.49. And there's about 4 boys that are dead even going into the last 25 of this race.
And they're racing into the wall. Strong finish here from Josh Silva in lane 6. And at the touch, it's lane 4, Connor Peterson, 51.39, followed closely behind by Josh Silva, 51.47, and Tucker Hutchinson, 51.56. As we transition into the circle seat, Heat 2 of 4. Again, looking for our top 8 for the A final, 16 for the B final. In Heat 2, lane 1 from Alta, Evan Karajic. Lane 2 from Wasatch, Dillian Travinov. Lane 3 from Skyline, Benjamin Gooch. Lane 4 from Olympus, Sebastian Rona. Lane 5 from Hunter, Jonah Burkholder. Lane 6 from Olympus, Jaden Courtney. Lane 7 from West, Kai Gurton. And lane 8 from Wasatch, Emmett Brooks. And this is the junior from Olympus out well ahead of the field. Nice 5-kick turn, really strong breakout on that kick.
And we've got Gooch and Burkholder fighting for second. It is going to be Gooch at the wall for second. Sebastian Rona, 46.85, the number 1 in that heat. Benjamin Gooch, second, 49.12. And John Burkholder, 49.22.
In Heat 3, lane 1 from Wasatch, Dylan Graff. Lane 2 from Brighton, Gavin Smith. Lane 3 from Woods Cross, Isaac Tromjak. Lane 4 from Brighton, Austin Partridge. Lane 5 from Beaumont, Isaac Hale. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Max James. Lane 7 from Skyline, Alexander Scamness. And rounding out the field in lane 8 from East, the freshman Milo Hunter. That is Austin Partridge at the turn.
Splitting 22-21 to open this 100 freestyle.
She enters the last 25. It's close there between 3 and 5 per second. Lane 2 also out there. Gavin Smith, those Brighton boys showing up for these sprints.
Yep, Gavin Smith, Isaac Chomjak. And it is going to be Partridge with a 46.65 coming in first in that heat. Gavin Smith, 48.02. And Isaac Hale, 48.65. Good racing.
As we move on to Heat 4 of the men's 100 freestyle. In lane 1, Stephen Meekum. Lane 2 from Skyline, Vincent Wu. Lane 3 from Kearns, Lincoln Hatch. Lane 4 from Olympus, Abe Astle. Lane 5 from Alta, Isaac Ridge. Lane 6 from Brighton, Harrison Taylor. Lane 7 from Springville, John Farron. And lane 8 from Olympus, Ty Jones.
And Abe Astle out in a 21:34. Remember, he's trying to chase down the Utah state record in this event. He's looking incredibly strong coming into this last 25. He had a good turn.
All-American consideration, 45.64. Overall high school state record, 45.13, held by Mr. Evan Van Brocklin. No longer.
44.73.
Sets a new state record. An automatic All-American time, 44.73. What a swim from Abe Astle, the junior of Olympus Aquatics.
And that's just 0.8 of a second off of Luigi Riva's pool record here at BYU.
Wouldn't that be something?
What a swim.
Looking like it will take a 48 to have made that final. As we now move to our distance events, we'll go away from going 44s in the 100 free to our girls 500 free. In Heat 1, in Lane 1 from Alta, Sarah Billiter. Lane 2 from Highlands, Stella Gordon. Lane 3 from Brighton, Addie Vasquez. Lane 4 from Olympus, Desiree Kitt. Lane 5 from Spanish Fork, McKenna Anderson. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Madison Lofgren. Lane 7 from Wasatch, Lauren Wagner. And lane 8 from Kearns, Tita Cerrone. This is a little bit of a transition. It's always kind of interesting as we go from our fastest sprint events to the 500 free. Much like in college, you get so excited. You have the 200 medley relay start off at college dual meet, and then they go to the 1,000 freestyle.
Yep. Very different change of pace. But this is one of my favorite events to watch. It was one of my favorite events to swim as well, because really anything can happen in this race. There might be someone who hasn't performed well the whole season, could drop 15 seconds. You just really never know what's going to happen, especially when you have people to race that are going fast around you.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the other thing to consider too is because the race is longer, there's so many different ways to swim this race.
Oh yeah.
I was talking earlier during 6A, you know, you can spread this race like 100, 200, 200, or 250, 250, or
yep.
You can sprint the whole thing if you want.
Or you can descend hundreds or build or.
So there's so many ways to swim it. So you never. It's not quite over till it's really over.
No, it's not.
And sometimes that piano drops on you, and you swim the last 200 yards with the piano on you.
Yeah, and that is not fun.
Right now, settling into the lead in lane 5 is McKenna Anderson from Spanish Fork High School.
She is trailed by Madison Lofgren from Wasatch and Desiree Kitt from Olympus.
Last year in this event, it took a 5:33.16 to make the B final and a 5:22 to make the A final. On paper, we're currently looking in the 5:40s to make the B final, but you know, this is the event that probably dropped the most in the state meet, especially these girls in this heat.
Yeah, we're looking to see a couple of best times here for sure.
Anderson hits the 250 mark at 250. It's easy to remember.
That is easy.
Currently gives her a 540. Comes in seated with a 555, so anything under that 550 marks is a solid drop.
Yep. Madison Lofgren trying to inch her way towards Anderson. But Anderson still solidly leading this pack here.
The whole other dynamic to this is when we really get to see coaches' involvement.
Yeah.
You get coaches that walk up and down the side. You get coaches that stand and
wave their clipboards.
Their folded heat sheets.
Uh-huh.
The classic Ron Lockwood on display there on lane 8. Sean Marsing right next to him. Some of the great coaches now in the state all standing right there next to each other, cheering on their swimmers. In lane 5, this is still McKenna Anderson in the lead.
Yeah, it looks like she might be extending a little bit. Lane 7, Lauren Wagner is inching up on Madison Lofgren a little bit as well, trying to make her statement. And with 75 yards left, it is still Anderson, followed by Lofgren in lane 6. And trailing Lofgren is Lauren Wagner in lane 7.
McKenna Anderson looking at being right around a 550. Comes in with that 555. Looking to take a few seconds off of that. She's led from start to finish.
And it looks like we will go 1, 2, 3. Anderson, Lofgren, Wagner, lanes 5, 6, and 7.
$5:49.53 for McKenna Anderson. Lofgren coming in at 5:51.98. And Wagner, 5:52.94. All for personal best from those three girls. It always makes the swim a little bit more worth it when you touch that wall and you win a best time.
Yeah, especially
Sometimes
the 500.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you swim the 500 and you look at that ad and you say, why did I just do that?
Yep.
Always good to see best times.
We've also got a 7-second drop from Sarah Billiter in lane 1. Congrats to her.
And we move on to Heat 2 of the girls 500 freestyle. In lane 1 from Olympus, Indy Merrill. In lane 2 from Timpview, Amelia Samt. In lane 3 from Skyline, Riley Jonert. Lane 4 from Highland, Eleanor Plant. Lane 5 from Skyline, Becca Bringard. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Ksania Keller. Lane 7 from Northridge, Andalyn Gover. And lane 8 from Cypress, Charlotte Booth. Plant comes in with the top seed time of this heat of 5:15.68.
And
notably, the top 2 seeds in this event are freshmen.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so lots to come in 5A over the next few years in the girls
Absolutely.
500 freestyle. But Plant, the lone upperclassman with lane 4 assigned to her.
She's out to an early lead in this race. Followed very closely, though, by Becca Bringard from Skyline.
The 5A state record in this event, way back in the day when I was just a little kid coming to these meets from my older siblings, from Amanda Barrett, 2011, 4:56.96.
Yep.
The Utah High School record is from 6A. It's from Caitlin Andrus from Skyridge High School, 4:55.28. Now represents Air Force Academy.
Lots of impressive history in this race over the years in Utah.
All-American consideration is a 4:58.20. So you go get a state record, you might be an All-American.
Yeah,
It's a good deal.
there you go.
There holds our distance records at Shack.
And this is Plant with Bringard the senior from Skyline.
And a nice race for third going on between Jonert and Keller in lanes 3 and 6.
Come through the 200 at 2:02.66, 2:03.01. Bringard really lining up against that lane line, trying to take in that weight.
Trying to draft off of Plant a little bit.
Or saying, you know what, I'll just take the lead instead.
Yeah, because that's what she just did. She just took the lead. Let's see if she can maintain that. Yep, there we go at the wall, 31.94 in that split. She outsplits Plant by 1.19 seconds.
She is really turning it on here. She's really increased her kick there. That was the halfway turn.
Yeah.
Decided that the pace they settled into wasn't enough for her.
I guess
she wants
not.
to go after it.
Stroke rate's gone up a little bit. Plant trying to fight her way back. She's also picked up her stroke rate. We'll see what these 50 splits are as they come into the wall. Another 31 from Bringer, 31.67.
Jonert turning on a little bit. She has spaced herself from Keller in lane 6 in that third position, trying to come up maybe a little bit more on Plant. But it is Becca Bringer, the senior from Skyline, out in the lead.
And that was a good turn for Jonert. She picked up some huge distance on Plant.
Bringer coming into this meet with a 5:18.42. 150 to go.
It's a 32.4 from Bringer, just a little bit slower than her previous 50s, but still outsplitting her competitors. She looks smooth, doesn't she?
She does. And she picked up that kick at about the 225 mark.
Yeah.
And it hasn't gone away.
No, it hasn't.
She approaches the 400 wall. She is well on pace for her best time.
Absolutely. 32.1, right around where she's been.
On pace for about a 5:15 or a little faster.
Eleanor Plant trying to hold off Jonert in lane 3.
Amelia Sampt from Timpview in lane 2 also starting to pick it up a little bit, back and forth. Jonert almost pulling even here with Plant as we enter the bell lap with Becca Bringard. 32.4 in that 50, setting her up. Come through around 5:15. Good race for second. And it's those races for second and third that ultimately can make the difference in making that A final.
Yes, absolutely.
So as much as it hurts now, you'll feel a lot happier later. And it looks like Eleanor Plant has lost her cap. Oh, nope, I am blind. She has not lost her cap.
I believe she does still have her cap on, but she's racing her pants off right now, that's for sure. And it's coming into the touch. Oh, Jonert does get her on the touch with a 5:21.50. Plant 5:21.97, a 4/10 difference there. What a good
nice
race.
Closing 50 there from Jonert, 31 flat. It was Becca Bringard coming in first, 5:15.85. And Amelia Sampt comes in fourth, 5:29.06. Breaking that 5:30 barrier, dropping 5 seconds there for Sampt. Great swim for her.
And that's a 3-second drop for Bringard. Good swim.
Plant's time should get her into the A final, but you never know. Being third in the first circle seeded heat is always a dangerous zone because 3 + 3 + 3 is 9.
Yep.
Have to see what these other heats do.
Yeah, we'll see where the times stack up.
As we move on to heat 3, in lane 1 from East, Lola Hunter. Lane 2 from Skyline, Sadie Jonert. Lane 3 from Springville, Macy Polson. Lane 4 from the freshman from Skyline, Rory Sorensen. Lane 5 from Spanish Fork, Coco Riding. Lane 6 from Salem Hills, Linnea Nelson. Lane 7 from Brighton, Gabriella Azuris. And lane 8 from Box Elder, Adelaide Wilson.
And out in front, that's Coco Riding from Spanish Fork. Rory Sorensen right on her heels.
The younger sister of the legend Topher Riding. Back in the club swimming days.
Yep, Coco looking to make her brother proud here.
I believe her brother just got engaged.
Really?
Yeah, so he's got plenty to be proud of.
Congrats to the Riding family. And it's still going to be Riding and Sorensen out there in front, challenging each other. This is where in the 500, it's very exciting to be up here with these first, second, and third. These girls up here out in the top three, Poulsen, Sorensen, and Riding, because those three are going to push each other through the end of the race and give themselves the best chance of posting a time that's going to make a final.
Yes. Well, and that's the thing, especially when you're in the position of someone like Macy Poulsen there in lane 3, you just got to let them take you with them.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
You may have been like, you know what, I was planning to go 5:25 this morning in prelims, but now they're taking you with you and you're going 5:19.
Yeah, yeah, and just because you're third in this heat doesn't mean
you're
that
safe.
could be third. Yeah, that could be third overall after this heat. That could be 10th overall. You never know.
And this is an event that is a little harder to feel what your time is. You know, in the 50, sometimes you feel like, yeah, that was a 23.5.
Yeah.
But in this, it can feel great, and you can be going not as near as fast as me. As Coco Riding has opened up her lead a bit on Rory Sorensen. Sorensen, the freshman from Skyline, Riding, the junior from Spanish Fork. It's Macy Poulsen from Springville trying to pull even there with Rory Sorensen. She's the sophomore from Springville. A lot of underclassmen in this girls 500. And this is Riding, followed by Sorensen and Poulsen.
And
holding steady in fourth is Linnea Nelson of Salem Hills.
Sadie Jonert is the little sister of Riley Jonert, who swam in the previous heat.
Yeah, when I was reading those names, I got confused for a
second. Yeah, so did I.
Same name, almost same lane too.
Yeah.
It's Coco.
Coco Riding looks great out here. She's swimming smooth. Hasn't quite kicked in the legs yet. Oh, there we go. Never mind. I spoke too soon.
Spoke too soon. She really turned those on. She was a 31.99 on the last 50. Still holding in there pretty quick as we hit the 350 wall. Another 31.98.
Rory Sorensen in second. Macy Poulsen coming in third.
Riding, really, she kicked on those legs and is leaving them behind now.
She is moving.
Sorensen maintaining her gap on Poulsen. Coco Riding comes in with a C time of 5:17.81. She's going to be faster than that today. 4:10.0. Sorensen picks it up a little bit on that 50. She has engaged her legs now.
Lanes 6, 7, and 8 are holding very consistent splits as well, 34s. They might be on pace to go best times.
As we approach the bell lap with Coco Riding of Spanish Fork High School. 32.0 looking to be on track for a 5:13, 5:14. Going to be a great drop for Coco. Macy Poulsen also coming up on the heels there of Rory Sorensen. Looking to get under her best time of a 5:23.
Oh, and that's a great turn from Poulsen.
But at the wall here, it is going to be Coco Riding. 5:13.45, followed by Sorensen, 5:18.48, and Poulsen, 5:19.62.
That's a 4-second drop for Riding and a 5-second drop for Poulsen.
Great
4-second
swim there
drop
from Macy Poulsen, sophomore from Springville High School. So Linnea Nelson comes in fourth, 5:33.34. Well, I said that out touch for Riley Joner and Eleanor Plant may not matter. I'm starting to think that it might.
It might. I'm agreeing with you in that
Currently
respect.
in 5th and 6th. We'll have to see what this last heat does. Our 4th and final heat, the girls 500 freestyle.
Sadie Jonert also cutting a few tenths of a second from her best time.
Best time's the best time.
Absolutely.
Even in the 500 free.
Absolutely.
In lane 1 from East, Jessica Holst. Lane 2 from Highland, Elliot Brown. Lane 3 from Brighton, Audrey Bradley. Lane 4 from Olympus, Renee Moran. Lane 5 from Olympus, Sadie MacDonald. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Adeline Duke. Lane 7 from Maple Mountain, Ellie Long. And lane 8 from Springville, Sophie Madashaw. Again, this is the freshman from Olympus next to the sophomore from Olympus. It's always nice, especially in a distance event where there is a lot of, deliberation on how fast you're going in prelims. It's really nice to be in the 4th heat.
Absolutely. You know the time you have to go. You know the pace you have to hold.
If you're Moran in lane 4, your best time's 4 seconds faster than what anybody's gone.
Yeah.
You can settle in.
Yeah, if I'm Moran here, I'm just going to cruise this in prelims and save my energy.
Do what
Still
it takes
come
to win
first
your
in the heat. Yeah.
Yes. Do what it takes to win your heat. And take your teammate with you there in lane 5.
Yeah.
Take Sadie McDonald with you. McDonald comes in with the best time of 5:15 herself, so she's in contention here with our other top seeds.
It's definitely not out of the question for her to just kind of hang on Moran's hip and see what happens. Moran and McDonald both splitting 31s.
Coming through 202, 203. Bradley sticking in there a little bit in lane 3, the senior from Brighton.
Yeah, all three of them are looking great right now. And it's Moran and McDonald sticking to each other like glue. This is always really fun when you see races like this in the 500 where you've got two people hanging together, because either that stays that way the entire race or it really changes that last 100 yards.
Yeah, and it's especially fun when they're teammates. They know each other. They know how they race.
Mm-hmm.
They know each other's strengths. They do this every day.
Yep.
Sometimes it's always the dilemma of whether or not you were excited or really annoyed when you get to the meet and you see on the heat sheet that you're racing next to your training partner.
Yep. It's one of the two.
Audrey Bradley turning on her legs there in lane 3, trying to put herself in contention.
And Moran seems to be judging the bulkhead a little bit better than McDonald. She pulls away from her every time she flips at the opposite wall. But McDonald makes up for it in the swimming as she's still staying with her. Bradley pulling even with McDonald.
That was a better turn there for McDonald.
That was a better turn.
As we approach the 400 turn. Moran a little bit ahead of the pace that riding set.
And Bradley now out splitting McDonald by a second on that last 50. Looks like this is going to shape up to be a race for second between Bradley and McDonald.
Andolyn Duke solidly in 4th place there in lane 6. For her, it's just about time and getting to the wall. So we approach the bell lap.
Another 31.6 for Moran. Bradley outsplitting McDonald by 0.6 of a second.
And actually overtaking her there.
Yeah.
But I think McDonald sees her now as they enter the last 25. Final heat of the girls 500 freestyle prelims.
Bradley with some gas in the end, making a move. Not going to be quite enough to catch Moran, who's going to round out this heat with a 5:11.53, coming in first. Second's going to be Audrey Bradley in a 5:13.51. Third's going to be Sadie McDonald with a 5:15.95. What a great swim from Bradley, dropping 5 seconds.
Riley Jonert gets 8th place, Eleanor Plant 9th.
Ooh.
Takes a 5:21.50 A final, girls 500 freestyle. And we're halfway through our distance as we move on to the boys 500-yard freestyle.
Woo!
Half a second difference to make it.
In heat 1, lane 1 from Box Elder, James Biskey. Lane 2 from Bountiful, Cole Crimmins. Lane 3 from Highland, James Folger. Lane 4 from Kearns, Zachary Call. Lane 5 from Cedar Valley, Xander George. Lane 6 from Kearns, Max Wesseman. Lane 7 from Timpview, Emmett Hansen. And lane 8 from Box Elder, Quinn Rupper. So I'm officially old because Emmett Hansen is in high school.
Ah.
I have swum with his older siblings. Older sister Kate's a senior
Yeah.
at BYU, headed to her final conference championships with the Cougars next week. But out early in this heat 1 is Max Wesseman from Kearns. And James Biskey from Box Elder in lane 1, hard to see. Bottom of your screen. Lane 1's hard to get a good angle on with all the people standing there. But it is Westman, Biskey, and Rupper.
It's 100% Cindy's brother.
Rupper trying to hang in there with Westman in lane 6. Biskey in lane 1. These boys come in seed times ranging from 5:18 to 5:24.
I love heats like this where we've got boys like James Biskey and Quinn Rupper out there in lanes 1 and lane 8 fighting to go a best time. It's fun seeing the lowest seeds in the meet get out there and race their hearts out.
Last year in the boys 500 free, it took a 5:03 to make the B final and a 4:52.9 to make the A final. We'll have to see if that's probably the fastest 500 we've ever seen depth-wise in the state.
Yeah.
We'll have to see
Yeah,
what
agreed.
we can do today. There was 3 504s missed the final last year. So these boys have settled in. It is still Westman in the lead, followed by Biskey and Rupper.
It's very possible that it could be just as deep this year. All it would take is a couple of best times to get coming into the meet, the psych sheet reads 16th place Andy Duke at 5:06. That could certainly turn into a 5:03
Real quick.
real quick.
As Westman starts engaging his legs, the field has kind of matched his pace ever since that first 100. He got out to his body length and a half lead and hasn't really extended there since, but starts engaging the legs there as Coach Chris Horn's putting his arms up and shaking them. We hit the 350 wall.
And we've still got James Biskey up there in lane 1 and Quinn Rupper second and third. And it looks like lane 4 might be making a move here. Zachary Cow.
His teammate from Kearns High School.
Wouldn't that be cool if Westman and Cow went 1-2 in this heat?
Lots of swimmers turning it on, trying to put themselves in contention. Emmett Hansen moving up there in lane 7. All starting to get into that 32 high, 31 low range. But it is still Westman, followed by teammate Zachary Call. Again, we're sorry for all of our name butchering today. I only take English classes when they make me.
And Zachary Call is only a second behind Max Westman, trying to track him down. The two teammates duking it out here in the first heat of the 500 freestyle.
And Westman just saw him and he picked up his legs. The two boys from Kearns High School.
And it's going to be a battle for third.
The freshman and the sophomore.
Hansen, Rupper, Biskey, Crimmins all fighting for this third spot.
That's a nice 7-second drop there for Max Westman. At a 3-second drop for teammate Zachary Call. 5:15. And that third place battle did go to Xander George, 5:18.8. As we move on to Heat 2 of the boys 500 freestyle. In lane 1 from Olympus, Hayes Courtney. Lane 2 from Box Elder, Cedric Monson. Lane 3 from East, Glenn Tanner. Lane 4 from Olympus, Jackson Hatchard. Lane 5 from Bountiful, Henry Long. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Brighton Bushnell. Lane 7 from Kearns, Noah Crane. Lane 8 from Brighton, James Williams. Now remember, it was Glenn Tanner, lane 3 from East, who had a 8-second drop in the 200 IM earlier to get into that A final with a 154. Having a great meet thus far.
Hatchard and Tanner looking really smooth, conserving their energy.
Tanner just sticking on his hip. Henry Long of Bountiful in lane 5, holding third.
Henry Long placed 10th this morning in prelims of the 200 freestyle, dropping 1.4 seconds. Looking for another best time here.
Hatchard was 8th in the 200 free this morning.
Oh.
147.49. And Tanner's taking the lead from him just by a little bit. 3 boys in this heat coming in with seed times under 5 minutes. 1 under 4:50 in Hatchard. 4:46.0. And Hatchard reclaims the lead, it looks like.
And we've got 4 swimmers holding under 5-minute pace at the moment.
As these two are just trading the lead. Holding 29 mids. That turn, it's Glenn at the 300. Multiple swimmers, though, on pace for breaking 5 minutes here. Lane 2, Cedric Monson.
Lane 6, Brighton Bushnell.
He'll be close. But it is Tanner taking a little bit of a lead there. Outsplitting Hatchard by half a second on that 7th 50.
Still holding 29s. You know, if you hold those 29 lows, you're looking at in the low 550s, maybe 555.
Yeah. Getting under that 5-minute mark, always a
Or sorry,
good day.
455.
We knew what you meant. 100 left to go. Still neck and neck there. Tanner with a little bit of an advantage. With 100 left to go, still 4 boys well on pace for breaking 5, and a 5th trying to get there. As they enter the bell lap.
We should see somewhere around a 448 here.
I think we're going to see a 445 actually here from Glenn Tanner and Jackson Hatchard. They're racing. Hatchard just took a look at him and said, I want it too. But Tanner responds. Coming into the wall. It's going to be Glenn Tanner, 444.93. Hatchard, 445.39.
Followed by Henry Long, 454.37. Cedric Monson, 457.23. And Brighton Bushnell, 459.95. 5 swimmers under 5 minutes in this heat.
2 of them doing it for the first time. It's exactly what we love to see here in prelims. Best times, and that's putting us on track. So it was 5:02 last year.
Yeah.
That's saying we're looking right around there. 6th place. And as we move on to Heat 3, in Lane 1 from Springville, Nathan Anderson. Lane 2 from East, Gabe Holst. Lane 3 from Hunter, Corbin Laws. Lane 4 from Olympus, Miles Moran. Lane 5 from Olympus, Colin De La Garza. Lane 6 from Beaumont, Andrew Webster. Lane 7 from Cypress, McKay Simons. And Lane 8 from Wasatch, Spencer Hendry. I do gotta say, Lane 7 there, McKay Simons looking beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
McKay always swims well.
Out in front is Miles Moran.
The senior boys from Olympus in lanes 4 and 5. A little bit different in this situation here where the girls 500 was full of a lot of underclassmen. Boys, more upperclassmen. 5 seniors in this heat. 3 in the next, accompanied by some juniors.
Yeah.
Miles Moran locked in at a pretty quick pace here
Yeah.
to start off.
Holding De La Garza holding a pace very similar.
Corbin Laws trying to stay in there. In lane 3.
Miles Moran splits another sub 29. And he's looking smooth.
De La Garza was 5th in the 200 freestyle earlier today. Moran, this is his first individual today. We will see him later in the 100 breaststroke, I believe. He expands his lead a little bit, still splitting under 29. Coming through the halfway point at 2:19. As they hold steady here, hit the 300 turn. Miles Moran didn't swim this event last year.
Yeah, Miles. Well, he might have swam it last year. He did not swim it at his region championships a month ago.
Let's check last year. Miles Moran did swim this event last year. He was 5th last year. Looking to move up on that. Glenn Tanner, notably from the last heat, was the consolation final winner.
Oh. And Miles Moran's putting a 29-2 as he has taken a decisive lead over this field. De La Garza just behind him in 2nd, and Corbin Laws in lane 3 in 3rd.
I think we can't see here, but I believe that Nathan Anderson in lane 1 here is actually right ahead of Corbin Laws there for 3rd.
Oh, I believe you're right. I couldn't see him from this perspective.
I couldn't see him either. I went to check on him. My good little buddy.
Yep.
And
He's still down there.
A great swim in lane 1.
Look at him go. He's turning on the jets, actually.
Oh, he's always jets. No brakes. No brakes for him as we enter the bell lap for Colin De La Garza. Miles Moran.
Yeah.
Out in front. De La Garza there in 2nd. Followed by Anderson and Laws. Miles Moran looking to go 4:43.
That's going to be a good time.
De La Garza coming in strong as well. Anderson chasing him. But at the touch, it will be Miles Moran coming in first, 4:43.50.
And De La Garza coming into the finish, touching in 4:51.79. With Nathan Anderson out-touching Corbin Laws for a 4:53.57 from lane 1.
What a great swim out of lane 1. We always love seeing an outside smoke. The senior from Springville in lane 1. Coming in 4th there, Andrew Webster from Viewmont, 5:04.54, just off of his best time. Well, make that 9 boys that have gone under.
Yep.
5 minutes.
9 boys under 5.
Left. As we start heat 4 in lane 1 from Viewmont, Thomas Chamberlain. Lane 2 from Wasatch, Parker Edwards. Lane 3 from Woods Cross, Amin Kamo. Lane 4 from Skyline, Alexander Stewart. Lane 5 from Springville, Easton Mauser. Lane 6 from Brighton, Benjamin Schiffman. Lane 7 from Bountiful, Andy Duke. And lane 8 from Northridge, Jay Schwambro. And we already saw Ben Schiffman there in lane 6 have a huge drop in that 200 IM. Dropped down to a 156. Got into the A final. Expect him. He's seated here at the 500. He's looking like one of those swimmers poised to break 5 for the first time.
Maybe sneak into that B final.
And who knows, maybe get into the A.
Yeah, you never know with the pace that he's going out in right now. Wow, those three boys out in front. Camus, Stewart, and Stewart, Mouser, and Schiffman in 4, 5, and 6.
Mouser likes to take these races out.
Yeah.
Make Stewart go with him. Stewart is a very fast finisher on the back end of these races, but they are taking it out.
119 at the 150.
They're going to come through. They're going to come through the 200 in a time they would have A-finaled.
Yeah.
They're going to come through in 147.
Yeah.
As Mouser has settled a little bit.
Stewart and Schiffman trying to hang with him as he's setting a blistering pace.
147.
147.
Easton Mouser, the senior of Springfield High School.
Stewart and Mouser both splitting under 29 in that 50.
Mouser only went at 144 in the 200. He just took it out at 147. I think he has something left in the tank tomorrow.
I think he's going to go faster than 144 in the 200 tomorrow. That's for sure.
But he is feeling it right now in the 500 as he hits the halfway mark in 2:16. Followed closely by Alexander Stewart.
Both splitting 28s again. Nice and consistent. Benjamin Schiffman trying to hang on there still. Splitting 29 mids. He's on track to break 5 minutes. Schiffman is in lane 6.
And it's still Mouser at the 300. 28.99, followed 28.88 from Stewart. Schiffman staying under 30, 29.9.
Now Alexander Stewart's being really, really smart here.
Keeping letting Mouser do the work.
Letting Mouser do the work, keeping him just within sight, just within reach.
Do you think you really can draft in this type of race?
I think it's possible. If you can get just above that wake line at the hip and sit right in front of him, you can draft for sure. But at this point, Stewart's in a little bit of a bad position to try drafting now because he's going to be behind that wake.
Stuck in the wake.
Yeah.
As we approach the final 100, this is Easton Mouser still in the lead.
Maybe pulling away a little bit too from Stewart. 28.78 for Mouser.
Mouser last year 6th in this event. Stewart was 2nd in this event last year, going 4.38. Last year Stewart was 4.43 in prelims, and Mouser was 4.51. We're going a little faster than 4.51 today for
I'd say so. And Benjamin Schiffman still on pace to go well under 5.
And this is Easton Mouser. Another 28 split on that 50. He's going to break 440.
I think he might. We've also got a race going on in 7th in lane 7 and 8. That's fun.
It's always good to have someone swim next to.
Oh, yeah. It's always fun racing people. Here Mouser comes into the finish. Wow, he's looking strong.
4:39.19 from Easton Mouser.
Alexander Stewart, 4:43.25. And Benjamin Schiffman, 4:48.24.
What
oh my goodness.
From Benjamin Schiffman.
Schiffman dropping 12 seconds from his seed time.
The junior from Brighton has come to swim. And we got a 4:58 there for 4th from Kamau of Woods Cross in lane 3.
Parker Edwards, 5th, 5:02. Jace Fambro, 6th, 5:08. Andy Duke, 7th, 5:09. And Chamberlain, 8th, 5:14.
Well, we asked if it was going to be as deep as last year. The A final's faster than it was last year.
Yep, it is deeper.
So, pretty impressive. We're now going to take a 10-minute break. Before we go, we'd just like to give a shout out to our sponsor, NutriCost. NutriCross is a proud sponsor of Utah High School Athletics. Launched in 2015 in Utah Valley, NutriCross has over 900 different products with over 130,000 5-star reviews, from high-quality protein to vitamins and more. head on over to Nutricross.com and use code UTAHMADE for 30% off your supplements today. That's code UTAHMADE for 30% off. We will be back after our 10-minute break for the 200 free relay in 10 minutes. And welcome back in. McKay Larson and Max Barnett here with you at the 5A State Swim Championships. Day one, prelims of every event. Starting back up with the girls 200-yard freestyle relay.
Quiet to start, please.
In lane 2, East. Lane 3, Springville. Lane 4, Wasatch. Lane 5, Highland. Lane 6, Woods Cross. Lane 7, Cedar Valley. Again, we do not have relay cards with us today. We'll do our best to tell you swimmers. That is most definitely Anna Diedrichs there for Wasatch with that underwater, I would assume. Could be wrong. Either way, it's a great split, 24-7-7. To put in perspective, that Lone Peak state record this morning, average split,
Yeah.
24 flat.
That's insane.
If you didn't hear already, Lone Peak girls broke the state record in this event this morning in the 6A prelims, 136 flat. The 5A records were 136.5, which stood as the overall record until this morning from the 2005 Strong Kearns team. This is Wasatch out in front, heading into the final exchange. They're followed by Highland and Woods Cross. You know, I'm seeing a pattern from these Wasatch girls. They have really good underwaters.
They do, yes. All four of these swimmers had very good underwaters.
The Wasatch coming in 139.47. It's a 2-second drop for them.
Second's going to be Highland and a 143.21. Couple tenth drop for them. Third, 146.16 is going to be Woods Cross. Fourth,
Springville there with
Springville.
147.94. As we head to heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Maple Mountain. Lane 2, Kearns. Lane 3, Alta. Lane 4, Skyline. Lane 5, Timpview. Lane 6, West. And lane 7, Salem Hills. Skyline in lane 4 comes in with the fastest entry time in this heat, 140.63. Strong lead off there, 24.74. Timpview trying to hang in there with them.
Timpview overtaking Kearns and Alta.
This is Skyline followed by Timpview, Kearns, and Alta. Another 24.8 there for Skyline.
Good split.
The third of 4 swimmers in the water. Alta trying to pull even here a little bit with Timpview. But this is all Skyline out in front. 24.9.
All right, so it's Skyline, Timpview, and Alta, 1, 2, 3.
Timpview and Alta duking it out for second there. Oh, good turn there by Kate Reichner in lane 5. And that's going to do it for giving Timpview second, but it is Skyline, 139.64, just 10th back from Wasatch in the previous heat.
Timpview second, 143.14. Alta third, 144.13. 0.2 of a second separating Kearns and West High, 145.5, 145.7.
As we head into our third and final heat. In lane 1, Bountiful. Lane 2, Cypress. Lane 3, Brighton. Lane 4, Olympus. Lane 5, Viewmont. Lane 6, Box Elder. And lane 7, Spanish Fork. Lane 3, that's Brighton with an early lead.
And that's going to be Brighton out in front. Olympus just behind.
Good turn there. Still Brighton and Olympus battling out there. Lanes 5 and 6, Viewmont and Box Elder.
It's going to be Olympus at the wall, 25-22.
They come in with a seat time of 1:39.88. So we head into the final exchange. It's Olympus followed by Brighton, Viewmont, and Box Elder. 24-6 there on the third split for Olympus. Only split under 25.
This is a battle between Brighton and Viewmont.
24-2 on the anchor there.
Wow, Viewmont came back from very far behind in that
Gabby
race.
Henry on the anchor, 23-66.
Ooh. What a swim.
And as we do some quick math, looks like Alta is going to be the 8th qualified relay, 1:44.1. As we move on to the boys. In lane 2, Maple Mountain. Lane 3, Timpview. Lane 4, Skyline. Lane 5, Wasatch. Lane 6, Springville. And lane 7, Clearfield. That's a 22-3 leadoff split for Skyline. They come in with a seat time, 1:28.97. Skyline boys historically always doing well in this 200 free relay. They always have some sprinters.
Wasatch just above them in lane 5.
And they are really extending the lead there on this third leg as we enter the final exchange. Wasatch holding second.
This race for third is going to be a good one.
21-8 there for Skyline. And we got Wasatch in second in a good race for third. But it is Skyline in lane 4 getting to the wall first, 1:29.66.
Wasatch touching in second, 1:32.86. And Springville touching in third, 1:33.44.
Next, the men's 200-yard freestyle relay, team number 2.
As we move on to heat number 2. In heat 2, lane 1, West. Lane 2, Taylorsville. Lane 3, Box Elder. Lane 4, Brighton. Lane 5, Alta. Lane 6, Hunter. Lane 7, Kearns. Brighton comes in with a seat time, 1:25.65, already an All-American consideration time. It's fun to see a second-seeded relay already with an All-American consideration time.
They are out to an early lead, 21-21, their leadoff leg.
The tricky part in this relay when you get this far ahead is you got to get your turns under that wake.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the difficult thing. You come in.
You have clean water.
Yeah.
But you got to get under. So there's a 21.8.
And this will most definitely be a 21 as well.
And so will the anchor.
Yeah.
As it is Brighton, 21.2. Right on track for that 125.
In second, it's Box Elder.
Box Elder in second. Kern's out in lane 7, having a great swim. In third.
Coming into the wall, lane 4, Brighton. 125.72.
Box Elder second, 131.98. Kern's third, 132.79.
Brighton just about 0.07 of a second off of their entry time. That'll put them going in most likely very decent spot going into the A final.
As we enter the final heat of the boys 200 freestyle relay prelim, in lane 1, Northridge, lane 2, Cypress, lane 3, Woods Cross, lane 4, Olympus, lane 5, Viewmont, lane 6, East, and lane 7, Bountiful. We've seen one state record from these boys today, 20.4.
Oh my goodness.
And that is a new state record in the 50 freestyle.
Oh my goodness.
20.4 on the leadoff. The state record in this event, 124.07. The 2022 Olympus squad, 20.7 on the second split. Under pace for a 124.
That leadoff split was previously held by Evan Van Brocklin from Olympus. 20.53. The leadoff was 20.48.
And the All-American automatic time is 124.34. They're going to blow that out of the water.
Absolutely. 21.51, that third leg. Here we go into the anchor leg. Let's see what they can bring it home in.
Kick. A little bit of a hesitation on that turn, but it won't matter as he has a beautiful underwater.
Oh my goodness.
In second is Viewmont, but this is all Olympus right here. Coming into the wall, 124.03, a new 5A Utah state record and an automatic All-American time for the Olympus High School boys.
Wow.
They are followed by Viewmont with a 131.74 and East 133.79.
That's 2 relays down for Olympus, 1 to go. All right, now we move into the women's 100 backstroke.
I think that took a 133.44 to make the A final from Springville. For reference, that's almost 10 seconds behind what Olympus just went. As we move on to the women's 100 backstroke, Heat 1. In lane 1 from Box Elder, Abby Smith. Lane 2 from East, Lydia Fox. Lane 3 from Springville, Michaela Allen. Lane 4 from Springville, Sophie Matashaw. Lane 5 from West, Sadie Peach Lung. Lane 6 from Alta, Lydia Hansen. Lane 7 from Brighton, Lilia Poshinta. And lane 8 from Maple Mountain, Annie Christensen.
All right, we've got Matashaw out first in a 30.9. This last turn is so crucial in the 100 backstroke. All right, coming into the final 10 yards, Matashaw's got the lead. Peach Lung in second, and it looks like third's gonna go to Lydia Hansen. Madasha takes that heat 104.49, Peach Lung 105.27, and Hansen 105.43.
A great drop there for Sophie Madasha.
Uh-huh. It's also a 2-second drop for Peach Lung, and there's also a 2-second drop in lane 1 from Abby Smith.
Last year, it took a 102.55 to make the B final and a 00.75 to make the A. As we move on to Heat 2. In lane 1 from Alta High School, Maddie Watt. In lane 2 from Alta, Jill Rich. Lane 3 from Highland, Claire Hamula. Lane 4 from Olympus, Taylor Hooten. Lane 5 from Skyline, Felicia Shee. Lane 6 from Olympus, Sydney McLee. Lane 7 from Olympus, Audrey Kim. And lane 8 from Wasatch, Naomi Hobby. This is Taylor Hooten out in the lead.
27.63 at the 50 for
On the
Hooten.
feet.
That's a great opening split to this 100 backstroke.
Comes in with a C time, 56.97. Gonna be right around there. It's a 57.23 there for Taylor Hoon, followed by Felicia Shee, 59.32, and Sydney McKelwey with 00.67.
Good swimming from the Olympus girls there.
Lots of drops there on the outside of Taylor Hooten.
Yep.
As we move on to Heat 3. In lane 1 from Skyline, Rachel Pan. Lane 2 from Skyline, Isabel Reynolds. Lane 3 from Springville, Brindley Waite. Lane 4 from Wasatch, Anna Diedrichs. Lane 5 from Spanish Fork, Coco Riding. Lane 6 from Kearns, Ari Nash. Lane 7 from Brighton, Andrea Zurius. And lane 8 from Bountiful, Madeline Fenwick.
And lane 4, Anna Diedrichs taking this out in a 26.85 at the 50.
Beautiful underwaters. Really drives those shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
Coco Riding, 8th in this event in prelims last year, 8th in the final last year.
Battling to squeeze her way in. And at the wall, it looks like it is going to be Diedrichs with a 55.81. Fastest time so far. Second is Coco Riding, 59.77. And third is Brindley Waite, 59.96. And that's a nice little drop for Anna Diedrichs.
She was 4th in the event last year. We'll look to improve on that tomorrow. As we enter Heat 4, our final heat in lane 1 from Timpview, Ava Hansen. Lane 2 from Brian, Obaya Bradley. Lane 3 from Wasatch, Emerson Brooks. Lane 4 from Skyline, Jade Garstang. Lane 5 from Woods Cross, Ava Glissmeyer. Lane 6 from Wasatch, Elsie Malinka. Lane 7 from Woods Cross, Grace Gilbert. And lane 8 from Olympus, Ada Frazier. Now, could we see something crazy right here?
We could absolutely see something crazy here because we have Jade Garstang in the pool in lane 4.
The state record in this event, 53.45, held by Olympian Ryan White.
Yes, sir.
Garstang already has the automatic All-American time at 54.25. C times 8/10 off of that record. Going real deep on that underwater.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
she goes for it all the way to the 15.
All the 15.
As she's coming in. Is
2
she gonna get
strokes.
there?
She will. 53.11. Oh, my
new
goodness.
state record, breaking an 8-year-old record from Olympian Ryan White.
Oh, my goodness.
By 3/10. What a swim by Jade Garstang.
My goodness, that was a monster swim from that girl right there. That last underwater was incredible.
And she's only a junior.
She's a junior. That is also a
Committed to
new BYU pool record. Previously 53.83 by Nora Hay.
Got set a few weeks ago. Didn't last very long.
Did not last long at all. Where's
a-
Jade Garstang committed to?
University of Arizona.
University of Arizona.
Headed to the Big 12
Wow.
next year. What a swim. We have witnessed some greatness tonight.
For real.
As we enter the men's 100 backstroke. In heat 1, lane 1 from Taylorsville, Caleb Allen. Lane 2 from Kearns, Cole Sharp. Lane 3 from Timpview, Emmett Hansen. Lane 4 from West, Nicola Malesic. Lane 5 from Spanish Fork, Benjamin Au. Lane 6 from Cyprus, Aiden Walters. Lane 7 from East, Brooks Massey. And lane 8 from Maple Mountain, Noah Hollinger.
And out first, Nicola Milisic, 27.57. Followed closely by Brooks Massey in lane 7, 28.0. And it looks like Nicola Milisic has a slight lead on lane 7, Brooks Massey. It's gonna be Milisic at the wall, Emmett Hansen second, 58.92, and Brooks Massey, 59.55. Or no, sorry, Brooks Massey, 59.09, coming in third.
Good drops from all three of those boys right there as we head into heat 2 of 4. In heat 2, lane 1, Tiergan Ennis from West. Lane 2, Eddie Hansen from Spanish Fork. Lane 3, Casey Cummert from Timpview. Lane 4, Nash Hale from Skyline. Lane 5, Dallin McKee from Box Elder. Lane 6, Griffin Tasker from Alta. Lane 7, Jake Funk from Wasatch. And lane 8, Jack Gray from Box Elder.
And in lane 4, Nash Hale taking it out in a 24.01. He went underwater to the 15. Both ways that first 50.
Had a great swim earlier. In the, I think it was the tournament.
I don't remember.
One of our earlier events. And he is continuing that.
He is rocking this 100 backstroke. Looks like we're going to see a 49 here. 49.74 from Nash Hale. Second's going to be Dallin McKee, 53.18. Third is going to be Casey Cummard, 54.45.
It's a great drop in prelims.
Yeah, that is an
Nash Hale.
amazing swim.
The junior from Skyline laying it down here in prelims, saying, what are you going to do about it? That
Yep.
is an All-American consideration time.
That's going to be a tough time to beat.
In heat 3, in lane 1 from Salem Hills, Josh Rohrbaugh. Lane 2 from Alta, Noah Stout. Lane 3 from Brighton, Aiden Winter. Lane 4 from Brian, Luan Bernard. Lane 5 from Hunter, Corbin Laws. Lane 6 from Woods Cross, Isaac Chonjak. Lane 7 from Northridge, Jed Hatch. And lane 8 from Highland, Mason Wallace. And Luan Bernard out in 23.42.
Oh my goodness.
They just won't stop here.
The 5A high school state record in this event is 48.71, held by Ryan Garstang. The overall Utah state record is 48.25, held by Jordan Tiffany.
Luan Bernard going out there. He's chasing after that
Oh my
record.
goodness.
And he's in the wall.
48.73. 2 100ths off the 5A high school state record. What a swim. That's a best time for him by
over a second.
over a second.
And
wow.
that is an automatic All-American time for Luan Bernard, the sophomore.
Oh my
from Brighton
goodness.
High School. 53.0 for Corbin Laws in second. 53.3 for Aiden Winter. As we start our final heat of the boys 100 backstroke, in lane 1 from Springville, Logan Hansen. Lane 2 from Olympus, Pi Jones. Lane 3 from Olympus, Connor Swenson. Lane 4 from Olympus, Will De La Garza. Lane 5 from Olympus, Kevin 2. Lane 6 from Springville, Nathan Anderson. Lane 7 from Skyline, Kai Hale. And lane 8 from Box Elder, Camden Arzani. You know, I think we decided in this heat that we just wanted to have all the Olympus boys swim together.
Yeah, I guess so. Will De La Garza out in 23:48 there in lane 4.
He said, Luan, I saw your 100 back. I'll match you another
I'll
one.
match you another.
His teammates swimming well too there in lanes 3 and 5.
Let's see what he can do here.
But this is De La Garza coming into the wall.
48.62. That's a new Utah 5A high school state record.
What a swim from Will De La Garza. A great swim there in lane 4 from Will De La Garza. Automatic All-American, new state record, and boy, is that going to be a race tomorrow.
That's going to be a war tomorrow is what it's going to be.
You're going to have to go state record to win that race.
You will. Mm-hmm.
50.7 gets second, 52 flat for third, 53.5. That 53.5 from Nate Anderson, I think, is 8th place. Sneaking in by the skin of his pants in every race. As we move to our last individual event for the girls of the evening, the 100 breaststroke in Heat 1, Lane 1 from Box Elder, Daisy Walbridge. Lane 2 from Timpview, Maury Card. Lane 3 from Alta, Rebecca Affleck. Lane 4 from Skyline, Brianna Yang. Lane 5 from Skyline, Lauren Vinnick. Lane 6 from Woods Cross, Callie Holzer. Lane 7 from Olympus, Adelaide James. And lane 8 from Spanish Fork, Isabel Guzman.
And out first is going to be lane 5, Lauren Vinnick from Skyline. 33.98. Second's going to be Brianna Yang in lane 4, and third is going to be lane 1, Walbridge. Coming off that turn, Yang still in first.
And it looks like Yang has a slight edge there still as they come into the wall.
Lane 6, turning on the jets. It's going to be first, Yang with the 1:14.35. Callie Holzer, 1:14.71. And Rebecca Affleck, 1:15.29.
And I was wrong on my math. Nathan Anderson ends up 9th with that 53.5 in the 100 back.
Ooh. You hate to see it.
As we move on to the girls 100 breaststroke Heat 2. Lane 1 from Salem Hills, Alexandra Ravenston. Lane 2 from Highland, Liv Sherman. Lane 3 from Wasatch, Cassania Keller. Lane 4 from Olympus, Lauren Greenwell. Lane 5 from Alta, Sophie Anders. Lane 6 from Highland, Brinley Harward. Lane 7 from Spanish Fork, Sydney Guzman. And lane 8 from Box Elder, Camry Peterson.
In lane 4, Lauren Greenwell touching first in 30.75. Just behind her, Sophie Anders in 31.3. That's a fast opening split.
The senior from Olympus really going after that.
Greenwell has the lead. Anders is in second. And at the moment, it looks like lane 3, Ksenia Keller is in third.
Right ahead of lane 6, Brinley Harward. But at the wall, it is Lauren Greenwell, 1:06.14. A new season best by 2.5 seconds.
Coming in second is going to be Sophie Anders with a 1 second drop as well, 1:07.54. And third is going to be Keller with a 1:10.2.
As we move on to Heat 3, in lane 1 from East, Jessica Holst. Lane 2, Brighton, Annabelle King. Lane 3 from Wasatch, Grace Cannon. Lane 4 from Wasatch, Paige Hicken. Lane 5 from Box Elder, Taylor Nelson. Lane 6 from Skyline, Olivia Turney. lane 7 from Alta, Sadie Rich, and lane 8 from Kearns, Ella Plottis.
And it looks like we might have lane 3 as our leader going into the 50. It is Grace Cannon.
The sophomore from Wasatch in lane 3, the freshman from Wasatch in lane 4.
Yeah, battling it out.
The future is bright.
The future is very bright for 5A swimming.
And
They're
for
going
the
stroke
Wasatch
for
girls.
stroke. All right.
Just like they planned it out in practice, swimming stroke for stroke together as we come to the wall.
They are in sync.
Looks like Cannon has a slight edge. And as we get to the wall, it will be Cannon with a 106.40, followed by Hicken with a 107.03.
And Taylor Nelson rounding out this heat in third with a 109.46.
This is going to be nasty. This is going to be nasty.
As we go to the final heat, heat 4, lane 1 from Wasatch, Maya Shai. Lane 2 from Highland, Imani Rose. Lane 3 from Springville, Kate Brower. Lane 4 from Highland, Veronica Black. Lane 5 from Skyline, Elaine Liu. Lane 6 from Brighton, Lucy Kukani. Lane 7 from Kearns, Isabel Figueroa. And lane 8, Anna Fotheringham from West Jordan.
All right, McKay, what are we going to see here in this race?
Well, if she's out in a 29, I think we're seeing a state record.
29.6.
It all comes down to this back half.
The 5A high school record in this, state record in this event is 102.09, set in 2020 by Haley Altman. That is also the overall Utah high school state record. Veronica Black is entered into this event with a 102.64.
She already has the All-American consideration time, trying to get under it. She's 500ths off of the auto, and she comes to the wall.
Oh!
Just off. 102.74, a great prelim swim there for Veronica Black, followed by Elaine Liu, 106.6, and Kate Brower, 108.54. Great swims there.
Yeah.
All setting up for a great final tomorrow. As we head into our final individual event of the evening, the boys 100 breaststroke. In lane 1 from Northridge, Simon Seeger. Lane 2 from Wasatch, Thor Jensen. Lane 3 from Woods Cross, Santiago Leal. Lane 4 from Salem Hills, Ryan Call. Lane 5 from Brighton, Levi Kim. Lane 6 from West, Sam Andrews. Lane 7 from Alta, Ewan Smith. And lane 8 from Brighton, Nathan Boele.
And out first is going to be lane 8, Nathan Mole from Brighton in 30.3.
This is the kind of swim Brighton really needs. They currently aren't supposed to score any points in this event. And this meet comes down to the close tomorrow. Having someone in either final tomorrow would be very big.
Yeah.
But he's being chased down there in lane 6 by Sam Andrews, and lane 3, Santiago Leal of Woods Cross.
Yeah, lane 3 finishing very strong, as well as lane 6. Lane 5 trying to put his statement in there as well. Oh my goodness, and it's going to be lane 8. Nathan Mole hangs on. 106.15. Second's going to be 106.54 from Levi Kim, and third's going to be 106.57 from Sam Andrews. 5 106s in that heat.
You know, this is another event in the state of Utah that has really gained so much depth over about the past 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Please back away from lane 2, please. Thank you.
In Heat 2, Lane 1 from East, Skylar Maudsley. Lane 2 from Wasatch, Daxon Rasband. Lane 3 from Bountiful, Andy Duke. Lane 4 from Olympus, Owen Hartman. Lane 5 from Olympus, Isaac Wardle. Lane 6 from Kearns, Frederick Biesinger. Lane 7 from Wasatch, Spike Drury. And lane 8 from Box Elder, Rowan Walridge.
All right, the boys from Olympus going at each other here. Both out in 26. Third's going to be Andy Duke from Bountiful, 28.74. But this is all Isaac Wardle and Owen Hartman from Olympus. Going stroke for stroke, trying to chase each other down. It'll come to the touch.
It looks like Hartman has a slight advantage, but Wardle's coming on strong.
Wardle's coming back.
Last few strokes.
Oh, and it is going to be Isaac Wardle at the touch, 57.26. Owen Hartman, 57.48. Andy Duke for Bountiful, 101.66.
You know, when I started swimming in high school, the state record in the 100 breast was a 57.
Yep.
And that was casual in prelims. in heat 1 of 3 of the circle seed. This is where we've come
It's ridiculous.
In heat 3, lane 1 from West, Oliver Lynn. Lane 2 from East, Gabe Holst. Lane 3 from Taylorsville, Benjamin Eberly. Lane 4 from Woods Cross, Justin Chamberlain. Lane 5 from Skyline, Yoon Pang Tao. Lane 6 from Skyline, Robert Miller. Lane 7 from Skyline, Stephen Meekum. And lane 8 from Salem Hills, Ivan Swan. Three Skyline boys in this heat trying to really get some points for their team in this team battle.
Chamberlain out first in the 26.
But Tao from Skyline, lane 5, matched him on that 25. Chamberlain with a nice turn there to lengthen his lead.
They're pumping it out these last 5 yards. Chamberlain touching first in 57.77. Tao, 58.34. And Benjamin Eberly, 101.38.
As we have our final individual heat of the night. But it's not going to be over after this. You'll want to stick around. Heat 4, lane 1 from West, Ming Chuang Chung. Lane 2 from Skyline, Samuel Brooks. Lane 3 from Olympus, Lakin Swenson. Lane 4 from Olympus, Miles Moran. Lane 5 from Springville, Nick Oman. Lane 6 from Alta, Blake Abney. Lane 7 from Box Elder, Ian Kappener. And lane 8 from Beaumont, Henry Helgeson.
And this is tight. Out first is going to be
Nick Oman.
Nick Oman from Springville, 27.35. Moran just behind him, 27.49.
Moran, really long, smooth stroke. Right now, comes in with the seed time, 57.74. We've seen 3 times that. We've seen 3 swimmers go that time or faster thus far.
Yep. And it looks like it is going to be Moran at the wall. 57.79 for Miles Moran. Nick Oman, 58.02. Third is going to be Lakin Swenson, 00.25.
I'm going to be cheering for Lakin Swenson tomorrow. That kid was seated with a 00.02, went 00.2.
Look at him go.
Getting under 00 is hard.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
For some
it's
of us,
difficult.
It's really hard.
Yeah, for some of us it takes years.
Yes, it does. We will now have our final break, 10 minutes before we get into our bookend in the 400 free relay. Let's just take a moment to appreciate what we just saw in that last band.
Oh my goodness.
We saw Jade Garstang break the state record in the 100 back.
Yep.
And then, out of nowhere, Will De La Garza decides to break the state record in the boys 100 back.
Yep.
Initial reactions.
Initial reactions, shock. I was dumbfounded. What a show they have just put on for us. I'm so glad that I got to see this with my own eyes, because that is incredible. It's prelims. It's prelims, and we just saw 2 state records back to back.
We're going to have to count up. We've had like 5 state records in the session alone in prelims.
Uh-huh.
I do think this Olympus boys team, we are witnessing a dynasty
Yes.
come to fruition. I think this is the best team we've ever
Yes,
seen.
this is the best
But
team we've ever
we will
seen.
see them close out the meet in just a few minutes. We will be back in about 8 minutes for the girls 400 free relay. And we welcome you back to the 5A State Swim Championships. Entering our final 2 events of the day, the 400 freestyle relay, 3 heats of girls, 3 heats of boys. So we close out prelims, heat 1. In lane 2, Viewmont High School. Lane 3, Highland High School. Lane 4, Wasatch High School. Lane 5, Alta High School. Lane 6, Springville High School. And lane 7, Bountiful High School. Gabby Henry there in lane 2 for Viewmont leading off. Elected to swim the 100 fly instead of the 100 free.
Wow.
So we haven't seen her 100 free out in a 24.6 on the feet.
Ooh, let's see what she does here.
As we enter the first exchange, this is Viewmont.
Oh.
Gabby Henry splitting 52-3. Open it up. And Wasatch 54-8. Followed closely by Alta High School. Similar to the other relays, we got Wasatch in 4 in this heat, Olympus in 4 in the next heat, and Skyline in 4 in the next heat.
Yep.
These 3 schools really fighting for this state championship.
And right now, Wasatch is taking the lead. As we go into this second exchange of the relay, Wasatch is going to have the lead. Alta is going to be in second. And it looks like Springville's going to be in third. Yep. Can we pull up the points again? Yeah.
And this is still Wasatch High School with the lead on Alta as they prepare to enter the final exchange. It's Wasatch followed by Alta, followed by Springville and Highland. This is Wasatch in the lead.
Springville making an effort to catch up to Alta here. I don't think it's going to happen, but they're fighting.
Wasatch gonna cruise into a heat win here on their final race of the night. Gonna be just on their season best time, 3:43.42. Take a few tenths off of it.
Alta comes in second with a 3:46.88. That's a best time by 3 seconds. And Springville's gonna come in third with a 3:48.83.
Best time by 9 seconds.
That's a big drop.
Love to see that on these relays. You know, that's one of the interesting dynamics of a high school state meet is relays are not the consistent thing. In individual events, it's the same person swimming.
Yep.
The relays, we could have different people swimming than we're swimming all season.
Yeah.
We don't know what to really compare to, especially when they don't give us the relay time,
Yeah,
so we don't even know,
so we don't know the names.
As we enter heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Cypress. Lane 2, Kearns. Lane 3, West. Lane 4, Olympus. Lane 5, Brighton. Lane 6, Box Elder. And lane 7, Cedar Valley.
All right, out in front is Olympus. Brighton in second, just behind them. Box Elder in third. Barely holding off lane 3, West High School. And going into that first exchange, Olympus out there in front, 53-8. Opening split. Second's going to be 55-1 from Brighton. Third, Box Elder, 58-1.
This is Olympus still in the lead. Brighton about 3 seconds back. The 5A state record held by that great 2005 Kearns team, 332.07. And the overall state record, 331.38 by the 2024 Lone Peak Knights. To hit the halfway point, this is Olympus High School ahead of Brighton, who is followed by Box Elder.
That's a 54 flat from Olympus's second leg in that relay.
25-9. And this is Olympus heading into the final exchange, still up on Brighton. Comfortable lead. 55-1 there from their third leg. As their anchor has entered the water. Brighton with a strong lead on Box Elder, who's just ahead of West in lane 3. And Olympus going to take this heat. Coming in with the seat time, 3:39.59. Going to be just around that mark. A little faster than that. As Brighton firmly in second, securing their spot in that A final. But it is Olympus, 3:37.34. An anchor of 54.3.
And coming in second is going to be Brighton with a 3:46.68. Dropping about a second from their seed time.
And West coming in third there, 3:51.72. As we enter the final heat of the night for the girls, the third and final heat of the 400 free relay. We have 7 teams. Before everyone can go get some sleep before tomorrow. In lane 1, the team from Northridge. In lane 2, Spanish Fork. In lane 3, Woods Cross. Lane 4, Skyline. Lane 5, Timpview. Lane 6, Salem Hills. And lane 7, Maple Mountain.
I don't know about you, McKay, but this is definitely my favorite relay.
I think my favorite relay might be the 200 free relay.
Really?
When you're going 20 points, it's pretty fun to watch.
Okay, that is pretty dang fun to watch.
This is a really fun one. This is the classic. You gotta
Yep.
end with it.
Yep.
You gotta have a close race at the end.
Yep. I think I like this one because it's easier for the lead to change than it is in the 200 free relay.
That's true. That's true. So it makes you feel like you're not out of it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you could be anchor leg and be in fourth after the second leg, and you still have a chance to win, type of thing. You know, you never know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
And it's fun getting those kids hyped up on that anchor leg. Drop some good times.
For sure. A 54.5 there from the leadoff. This is Skyline, followed by Woods Cross, who's being chased by Timpview. At the third exchange, this is Skyline. 149.80. And this is Jade Garstang in lane 4, going third on Skyline. Didn't swim another relay today. Got the rest.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Broke 2 state records in the process.
Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to see which relay they'll throw her on tomorrow if they do.
The touch pads are off for their lane. Hopefully we can get that sorted out and see what her split's going to be. I think they were 149.50 at that 200 exchange, so we'll see what they are at the end here. But you have Timpview now passing Woods Cross. That's a 51.
Oh my goodness.
From
Jade Garstang.
51 something from Jade Garstang. Makes sense when you go 53 in the 100 back.
Yeah, you should go 51 and at least in the 100 free.
And so it is Skyline out in front, followed by Timpview and Woods Cross. 150 left to go. These Woods Cross trying to get into that A final there in third. Skyline gonna make it in, barring any DQs. And it is Skyline at the wall, 338.10. Just off their season best, right behind what Olympus did in the previous heat. Timpview's 345.81.
And Woods Cross 350.11.
And that will get them in 8th, I believe.
That's close.
Woods Cross getting to the wall. Oh, they were 350.1. Yeah, that should get them in 8th. As we get to our final event of the evening, the boys 400 free relay. I'll ask you right now, are we seeing a state record in prelims?
I don't think there's a way we don't.
Okay.
Yes.
The way the Olympus boys are swimming
we are seeing a state record here.
Okay. In Heat 1, Lane 2, Cypress. Lane 3, East. Lane 4, Skyline. Lane 5, Beaumont. Lane 6, Box Elder. Lane 7, Bountiful. I think we're going to see some fast splits throughout this relay.
Absolutely.
You got Glenn Tanner there in Lane 3 leading off for East. Had a phenomenal day. Yeah,
lots of great swimming for him today. I'm interested to see what he's going to, what time he'll post.
Alexander Stewart there for Skyline in Lane 4. The recognizable short freestyle stroke with that tempo.
Yep. The slight gallop for Tanner.
47.4, a nice lead off there for East.
Yeah, good. Good takeover as well.
I'm going to call my bold prediction right now. I think that 2 teams break the state record from different heats.
Really? Now, wouldn't that be interesting?
These Brighton boys have been swimming well.
They have been swimming very well today.
I like to believe in fast swimming.
Hey, manifestation works.
And this is East in the lead. Out ahead of Skyline, who is followed by Viewmont. And they come through 138.0. Not quite the state record in the 200 free. Right around it. As Skyline trying to make up some ground. East swimming very, very well. Skyline getting a little ground on that 50, pulling within 1.3.
Yeah, this is turning into a race. And coming into the wall for this final exchange, it's going to be East in front. Skyline just behind, Viewmont in third.
And it is East still with a 50 to go with the lead.
Oh, we're getting a gutsy race here.
Skyline starting to push them. Skyline going to be well off of their seat time of a 3:12, but just doing what it takes to make that final.
Coming down to the last few yards, this will be decided by the touch. It is going to be Skyline out-touching East, 319.70. East, 320.19. Viewmont coming in third, 321.84. Wow, that was a nice comeback.
It was. That's called doing what it takes to make it.
Yeah.
All right. Heat 2.
Let's see if McKay's bold prediction works out. I have faith.
I think they're at least going in All-American consideration time.
Yeah. They're going to swim really fast here.
5 minutes start, please.
In lane 1, Clearfield. Lane 2, Timpview. Lane 3, Woods Cross. Lane 4, Brighton. Lane 5, Springville. Lane 6, Salem Hills. And Lane 7, Northridge.
Brighton out first.
So this is Luan Barnard leading off. It's the same 4 boys as their 200 free relay.
And he's going to be out fast here. Oh, my goodness.
Well, 46.8. The All-American consideration time, 3:08.40. You need to average 47.1s. So right now we're -3.
We are in a good position.
-0.3. It's going to come down to this second leg.
Mm-hmm.
The last 2 boys already both win 46s as
Yeah.
an individual.
Yep.
Partridge and Doyle.
Doyle, yeah. Well, that's good. 23.19.
This is Gavin Smith
Even
of
if we
Brighton High School.
Even if we get a 47 high out of the split, I still think they have a chance of going 3:08.
And normally 3:08 could win it.
Yeah. Oh, but then there's Olympus.
48 mid there. 135.3 halfway through. And here's Austin Partridge,
Flying this first 25.
the former Corner Canyon Charger, turned Brighton Bengal. Out and 22 flat on the feet.
That's what they needed.
Need a solid swim.
Still looking very comfortable out there going into this 75 turn.
And it'll be Drake Doyle anchoring it. Springville is holding second, with Woods Cross in third, tightly followed by Salem Hills in sixth.
That's a 46.67.
It's going to take a 46.74 from Drake Doyle to get a 46.34.
Yeah,
to get
46.34.
to get that All-American consideration time of 3:08.40. Springville and Woods Cross.
And that is
out. I also think these Brighton boys are going to be able to go for it more when they got the Olympus boys next to them tomorrow.
Yeah, when they have someone to race, special things happen in this relay when you're next to someone that you can race.
And Brian will come in at 3:10 flat.
Nice, what a race.
A nice way to end the evening for the Brighton Bengals, 3:10 flat. They are followed in a close race. Springville gets the touch. 3:21.96, closely followed by Woods Cross, 3:22.09. It really is a measure of a team if you can swim fast when you're swimming alone.
Yeah.
3:10 flat by yourself is pretty quick.
That's pretty impressive.
But you know it would be even more impressive.
What would be more impressive, McKay?
A 3:05.97.
That would be more impressive. Let's see if it happens. I think it might.
In lane 1, Hunter High School. Lane 2, Cedar Valley. Lane 3, Wasatch. Lane 4, Olympus. Lane 5, Alta. Lane 6, Kearns. And lane 7, West. Olympus comes in 3:06.5, already having the All-American consideration time.
What's the...
This is Olympus and Alta leading it off. Isaac Ridge there for Alta. .47 flat, leading off for Olympus. Now the one ace up the sleeve of these Olympus boys is they have the new state record holder in the 100 free anchoring their relay.
Yes, that they do.
22-2 to the feet there.
He's looking smooth, no fade at all so far.
As it is, the Olympus boys coming into the third exchange. That's another 47-2. But this is when it turns on. Really strong kick there.
Yeah.
Alta boys are firmly in second there, followed by Wasatch in lane 3.
Oh my goodness. 21-8 to the feet. That's insane.
If he comes back hard here, you're giving way to the fastest freestyler in state history here.
Yep. The
What
best
can
setup
Abe
you could ask
Assel
for. Oh.
220.7. A 44.3.
40. Oh my goodness.
45 gives him
Yeah.
305 high.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a new state record.
We might see a new state record here. It all depends what Abe Assel can do here on this anchor leg. He's out in 21.62.
That's what he can do right here.
That's exactly what needed to happen. Abe Assel fighting for this. Here he comes into his final turn.
The time to beat is 3:05.98, 3:05.74 for an automatic All-American time. The Olympus boys trying to make it 3 records, 3 relays, and at the touch, they're just off of it. Still 3:06.54, 200s faster than the region, an All-American consideration time, and the #1 seed for finals tomorrow.
What a swim.
Nice 45.7 there from Astral.
Yep.
Give them some Brighton boys tomorrow.
Yep, give them the Brighton boys a good night's sleep and a couple good meals, and they'll be raring to go tomorrow night.
Alta dropping some time, going 3:16 there.
And Wasatch coming in third with a 3:23.95.
I think it's that 3:22.09 from Woods Cross High School. Going to get into that A final.
There you go.
8th place, but a great way to close out our final session there, an All-American consideration time, a 200 drop for the Olympus boys.
Yep, what a prelims.
And a great way to end prelims. Any final parting thoughts from you, Max?
Wow. That's all I got to say. Wow. What a meet so far. A lot of fast swimming, few state records, and we know it's going to be better tomorrow.
What are you most excited about for tomorrow?
Oh, that's a good question. I really want to see what Jade can do tomorrow in that 100 backstroke. I'm also really excited for this boys 400 free relay tomorrow as well. I think they can put it together a little bit better than they did today if they get some good rest in them. So.
Yeah, well, you came into the meet saying you're excited for relays, and I don't feel like they disappointed.
They did not disappoint whatsoever.
So, before we go, we'd like to just give a shout out to our sponsor, NutriCross, sponsor of all playoff action for Utah High School activities. NutriCross is a proud supporter of Utah High School athletics. Launched in 2015 in Utah Valley, NutriCross has over 900 different products with over 130,000 5-star reviews, from high-quality protein to vitamins and more. Head on over to NutriCross.com and use code UTAHMADE for 30% off your supplements today. That's code UTAHMADE for 30% off. For McKay Larson and Max Barnett, thank you for joining us for the 5A State Swim Prelims. We will be back on air at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow for the finals of 6A and at 5:15 for the finals of 5A. You've been watching the Utah High School State Championships on KSLSports.com.